Hello guys, I am extremely happy to welcome you to this course. My name is Hadi, having a master degree in computer and communication engineering. I worked as a mobile developer and currently I am focusing on Flutter and I want to share my knowledge to you. And as you can see, I am a 5 stars rated instructor here on Udemy with over 50,000 students. In this course, we will build a fully functional app with Firebase and we will cover the Flutter and the Firebase concepts. After finishing this course, I assure you that you will be able to build your own apps using Flutter and Firebase and publish it to the store. In the next tutorials, I will talk in details about the app functionality and how does it work, so see you there. In this tutorial, I want to talk briefly about the Google Flutter and Google Firebase. So first of all, what is the Flutter? Flutter is an open source UI software development kit created by Google. It is used to develop cross-platform applications for Android, iOS, Linux, Mac, Windows, Google Fuchsia, and the web from a single code base. Now, for the Android and iOS and the web are available while the others still beta. Anyway, now what is the Google Firebase? The Google Firebase is a Google-backed application development software that enables developers to develop iOS, Android, web apps, and Unity games. Firebase provides us with a lot of tools, and we will use it in our case to authenticate the users and to save our data on it and later on to fetch it. In this tutorial, I will show you how the app works in details. But in order to get started, I want to give you some general information about the app. Actually, the app is found on the Play Store, so you can download it and test it as much as you want before that you buy this course. The app generally is about task management, so a company can upload a task and assign it to the workers, and the workers can add comments to it. At the meantime, the app can be used as a social network also. The workers can communicate to each other through WhatsApp, phone calls, and even emails. So we can get started now. As you can see, we have this login screen, and the user can sign up. The user must pick up an image. So let's pick up an image. And once I pick up an image, it will force me, or I can crop it, or I can keep it to the original. Okay, so you can rotate it, you can crop it, you can do whatever you want. Okay, as you can see, it appeared in here once I pick it up. Let's go back, and in here, the user also can forget his password. He just needs to enter his email. We also have some error handling. So this is not valid email address. So once I try to reset the password, as you can see, I got an error. Hit OK, and now I will try to sign in, and let's see what will happen. So I try to sign in now. So here's the main screen, and if the user is already logged in, this screen will be displayed directly. We don't have to show him the login screen and force him to log in once more. So in this screen, the user can apply a filter. So if he wants to see only the business tasks, for example, he just needs to pick up the business task, and only business tasks will be displayed. Same for the programming, same for the others. The user can also cancel the filter. As you can see, once I cancel it, all tasks has been displayed. The tasks also has been ordered by date. We are showing the newest first. Great, so the user can also delete tasks. For example, if I long press on this one, a dialog will appear, and if I press on this one, I can delete it. But in our case, we only allow the users that upload this task to delete it, so not everyone can do it. Hit OK now, and if I press on it, it will take me to a details screen. This details screen has all the information about a task. As you can see, the user that uploads this task has been
His name is here and his image URL and his position at this company. Here is the task title, the when it's being uploaded, the deadline date, and if it is exceeded or not. In our case, today is August 4, and this task has been, the task deadline was on 31 July. So it's been exceeded. So the user also can change the done state, but also not everyone can do it. Only the one who uploaded this task can do it. But all the users can add a comment, but first, here's the description of this task. As you can see, here's the description. And as you can see, the users can add comments. Now, if I press on this add a comment button, as you can see, we have this cool animation, which is revealed these widgets. So in here, let's say, hello, this is a new test. And once I hit post, it directly appears in here, as you can see. Great, so this is perfect in my opinion. And if you have other suggestions, you can tell me and I may take it into consideration. Now let's go back and we have a drawer in here. For this drawer, now we can I converted the app to a social app to share more knowledge to you. So in here, I can see my account. I can log out from here. And if I press on this button, it will take me to a new page, which will allow me to edit my information. Let's go back. And here's all of the information about me appears in here. Let's go back. In here, all the registered workers appears in here. Okay, so if I want to visit this user profile, for example, as you can see, all the information appears in here, but the logout button, it doesn't appear, while these three buttons appears in here. If I press on this icon, it will take me to a browser. It will ask me to download the WhatsApp to contact this phone number. The user can also reach each other by calling. Here's the phone number of the user, and they can reach each other by by contacting each other by email, for example. Here's the user job, and here's when he started his job. Here's his email and his phone number. And here's his image URL, and as you can see, the design is perfect. Let's go back. And now let's try to add a task. For sure, the tasks and everything is being connected to the Firebase and being fetched from the Firebase. So now if I choose task, for example, I will choose accounting title, let's say, and then description in here. If I try to upload, I get an error because I must pick up a date in here, and only a future date can be picked. Let's choose this one, and in here, description of an accounting task, let's say. Let's try to upload it. As you can see, once it's being finished uploaded, a toast has been appeared. Let's go back to the all tasks, and here it is, the first one, as I said, the newest first. I can delete it if I long press on it, but let's see the details first. Here's the test2 that I logged in with, a designer, and here's the image. And as you can see in here, we still have time. I can change the done state in here, and if I go back, I can delete it simply. Okay, in the future, I will add other features to it, so such as searching, for example, and more other features depending on your requests. So see you soon in the next tutorial. Hey guys, in this tutorial I want to tell you that you can download the starter project and add it to your IDE. And I strongly recommend you this way so you can use the same SDK as me. And you will avoid errors by following up this way. So you can download the project or clone it and add it to your IDE. And if you don't know how to clone it, there's many tutorials on YouTube explaining how to do it.
So if you scroll down below a little bit, as you can see in here, you can access my YouTube channel. Here it is. Or you can access the Flutter helper kit, or you can access the GitHub from here. And later on, you will be allowed to access the Udemy course from here also. I want to tell you also that you can get the full source code on GitHub in here, and for sure the links will be attached to this lecture, so you can find it in the resources. And in here you can find the YouTube, you can download it, you can find the starter project. If I open it, it will take me to this starter project that I told you about. And in here you can browse the code, you can download it, and you can do anything that you want. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. See you soon. So now let's start implementing our application. For that, we can create a new project. And in order to do that, for sure you need to install first the Flutter. I will not explain in this course how to install it because there is a lot of tutorials about that, so you can search for it and it will be easy for you to install it on your machine. Alright, so in order to make a new project or create a new project, it is very easy and there's many ways to do it. In our case, I will use this way, which is go to the file that you want to add or create a new file. I mean a new project in it, and hit Shift, press Shift on the keyboard, then right click, and this option will appear. You must press Shift on your keyboard or this option will not appear. For example, now it didn't appear. So press Shift and open the PowerShell in here, and then type Flutter create and any name that you want for your application. In our case, I will choose workOS underscore English. I will name it like this. Hit enter, and once it is finished, it will be added in here. So once it is added, we can close this, search for Visual Studio Code, and for sure you can use Android Studio if you want, but in our tutorial or in this course I will use the Visual Studio Code. Alright, so now I will move this file that we just created into here, which is a Flutter project, and now it is available. So let's move it like this, close this, and now you can see both the code and the emulator, right? So if you want to change the platform or emulator which is running on it, you can press on this and choose which emulator you want. Alright, so now I will press on the main and try to run the application, and in the meantime I will delete this code and I will delete this because we don't have it anymore. I will delete this and I will change this name to Flutter Work OS like this. I will create a new folder. Let's name it Screens. Oops, what happened? Okay, Screens. And then a new folder inside of it named Auth. And then before that I continue. As you can see, here is our app, this is actually the default app by Flutter, which is just a counter, and this is an explanation about a stateful widget. And soon I will explain the difference between a stateful widget and a stateless widget. Alright, so in here let's create a new file. And in the auth folder, it will handle our auth screens such as the login, sign up, and the forget password screen. Alright, so in here let's initialize a new file, name it login.dart, and let's import the material.dart package and initialize a stateful widget. Now the difference between a stateful widget and a stateless widget is that a stateful widget will be rebuilt, while a stateless widget will not be rebuilt. So what I mean by this is that, for example, if you want to hit any button on the screen and it changes this text, for example, the changes will not be applied if it is a stateless widget, because a stateless widget will never be changed. Okay, so we need a stateful widget for that. So why do we need a stateful widget in our case in this screen? For example, the first thing is that the moving wallpaper, as you can see, it needs a stateful widget. Also, you can switch to see this password or not. Also, this is require a stateful widget. Also, if I press on this button in here, you will see a spinner. This spinner also need a stateful widget to rebuild this widget, this button in here, and the changes will appear directly on the screen. Alright, and as you know, Flutter constitutes of widgets, and those widgets were rebuilt always, and there is a tree for it, and later on it will be more clearly. And if I talk about it now, for example, in here, our top widget in the tree, which is the material app, which is handle a home, and in the home we initialize a new screen, and this screen may be a parent of many other classes. Alright, so all of the classes must have one point, which is the material app. And in here, let's name it login. We can delete this constructor and wrap this by a new widget, which is, I will choose a scaffold. And in here, we need to change it to a body. So what I was explaining before, for example, in here, we need to write a clean code so that our app runs smoothly. What I mean by this, for example, once I press on this button in here, only this button got changed and a spinner appeared. Alright, so only this widget has been rebuilt, not our all widget. Okay, so only this widget got rebuilt, not all of these widgets. And I will explain many ways to improve our code efficiency and make the app fast as we can. Okay, so now let's call in here the login and restart the application and see what will happen. We'll get actually an empty screen, which is here, and I will do something interesting now. And here in the theme data, you can add many things, and those things actually text by default. For example, you can initialize some colors for the up bar, an accent color, for example. Okay, I will not initialize an accent color now. The most thing that I care about now is the scaffold background color to show you the changes. Need to give it a color, so in here colors.red, for example, hit save, and directly the changes appeared on here. You may wondering why, because we didn't add anything to the login page yet, and that's because we initialized a scaffold in here, and once you put a theme, inside of this theme, we put the scaffold background color, which is take a red color, and it become applied for all of the scaffold. Now, if you want a scaffold be different from the other scaffolds, you can just come to here and choose a background color, for example, colors.blue, and once you hit save, it will be applied directly. For now, I will comment it for you, come back, and in here I will change this color to an hex color, which is I like it, and to add more explanation for you. Alright, so in here to add an hex color, it's always must start like this, 0xFF. Then I will use this color EDE 7DC. Hit save. Nothing changed because this file didn't get saved yet, or we can restart the app directly. Alright, and the changes directly gets applied, and I like it actually. Okay, so In the next tutorial, we'll start implementing the login screen, so stay tuned. So in this tutorial, let's start implementing the login screen. So let's go and see how the login screen is. And as you can see, it has this cool moving background and other widgets above it. So to start with, we need to understand how does it work and what does it contain. All right, so it contains, as I said, a background and some widgets above it. And in order to implement this, we need a stack. So this stack widget allows us to do what we want. So for that, I will initialize a stack instead of this container. So in here, stack, which is take children. All right. So let's add a moving background. So in order to add this moving background, we need to initialize a mixin, which can be initialized by adding the with keyword and choose which one do we want. Okay. In this case, in our case, we need to use the checker provider state mixin, which is this one. All right. And we need to add or initialize two things. So the first thing is an animation controller, and the second thing is the type of this animation, which is handle the animation and how does it move. So to initialize it, we can initialize an animation controller. Let's name it animation controller and add a semicolon in here. And we're still having an error. If we press on this lamp in here, we'll get this late modifier, or we can initialize it like this to flag it as nullable value. I will keep it just as a late modifier. Okay, so this late means that this value must be initialized later on. So once our screen, or once the user navigate to this screen, this variable must have a value. This is what late mean, and I will provide you with some links about it. Okay, so we need now to initialize something else, which is the animation, and it's a double type. We can flag it like this, just like a list, for example, and in here add it like this. Now, if you may know that once the user, for example, navigate to the sign up screen, the login screen has been already destroyed, but there is something that may stick in the memory and may lead for our app to work maybe slower. And those things are the controllers and other things. Okay, so in our case, we need to destroy this animation controller, and in order to do that, we call a this method, which can be found in a stateful widget, and in here we call this animation controller.dispose. So this is make sure that once the user closes this screen or navigate to another screen, this controller will be destroyed totally, just like any other widget. Okay, so now we need to use another function, which is the init state. And actually, if you are familiar with Android development, init state just like on a create. So once the user enter a screen, this method will be executed directly. Okay, and it will be executed only once the user enter to the screen. Okay, so usually the developers use it to fetch the data from an API, for example, or to initialize the variables, just like we'll do right now. So the first thing that we need to do is to initialize the animation controller, then initialize the animation. So in here, let's type in animation controller equal to animation controller, and we need to give it the vsync and something else. The second thing that we need to give it is the duration, and I will choose 20 seconds. And as duration, it takes a duration in here. So let's initialize a duration, which is take few arguments, which is not few arguments. You can specify which type or which time you want. I will choose seconds and choose 20, just like this. Now let's initialize the animation. It will be equal to curved animation, which is I prefer it. It needs to take a parent and it needs to take curve, and we need to specify this type, the type of the curve. I will use linear in this case. Okay, so we need to add a semicolon in here, and we still have to add other things. So to this curved animation we need to add a listener. So let's add in here a listener, and inside of it calls state, and in here let's add a status listener, which is take a status. I will change the name to animation status, and in here we need to do a check, and this check will be if the animation has done already, we need to initialize it again, because as you can see it is an infinite loop. So we need to do a check in here, which is animation status, to check it if equal to animation status dot completed. If this is the case, we need to reset our controller and initialize it again. So let's call reset to it, and then let's call forward. So this is reset our controller, then forward it again. And if not this is the case, let's just initialize it outside of this, of all of these, I mean, to initialize it already. Okay, so that's it. So now we need to use this background. Okay, so in order to use it, I will use a new widget. You can use a network image or as image asset, for example, but I don't prefer it, and it will take more work to be work. Okay, so in order to implement it, let's use something called cached network image, and some of you may be familiar with it. So to do that, let's search for cached network image Flutter, and it will appear in here in the search. But the best thing that you can do is to go to pub.dev, then search for cached network image. Okay, and go to this link, go to the installing, copy this, go back to the Visual Studio Code. There is something called in here pubspec.yaml file. Go down a little bit and be under this Cupertino icons, paste it in here. Okay, then save your file by pressing Ctrl S, or press on this icon in here, or open the terminal and run flutter packages get, and this will get all the packages inside of our pubspec.yaml file. Okay, you can do one of these. So let's go back to the login screen, login file I mean, and in here we need to add the network, I mean the image. So in here let's initialize a cached network image, and as you can see my IDE directly recognizes it, and in here we need to specify an image URL. I will use this image URL because I prefer it. You can use any image that you want. So add it in here like this, and we can add some things to it, I mean some other attributes. Alright, so I will do something else. Let's go to the pub.dev, go to the readme, and let's copy this. Okay, let's hit Ctrl S, and in here paste it, just to change this image URL, and paste our URL in here. Okay, as you can see it takes other arguments, and it has more other arguments. So in here it takes a placeholder, and if you don't know what placeholder means, it will appear clearly once I run the application again. But in short term, placeholder is the widget that will appear while this URL is being loaded. And if this URL didn't get loaded, an error widget will be called, which is display an error icon, I mean. Okay, let's give it a try. And I want to say that once you add any package, it's better to cut the process or directly run it again. But to make sure, let's cut the process and run the app again and wait till it finishes. Now, in the meantime, I don't like actually this circular progress indicator. Let's add an image that we want to be displayed. So for that, we can add a new folder, not in the screens. So I will press on here, right click, and in here, new folder, name it assets, and inside of this folder, I will initialize another folder, name it images, and I will drag an image that I like to be added to it. So this image, I like this image actually, and I will drag it into the images file, folder, copy the relative path, go to the pubspec.yaml file, and in here, just uncomment this, memorize the shape of this slash, delete this also, paste our URL, path, and to change this slash into this slash. Save it and come to the login and see. So it appeared like this. And for sure we didn't add any animation for it. For that, we don't have anything yet. Let's restart the app and see if anything will happen. So we got a spinner in here. I don't know if you see it. You didn't, I guess. So let's add in here an image.asset, and in here give it the path. So this path, and paste it in here. Alright, so hit save, nothing will be displayed. Hit restart, and you will see. So as you can see, this image is being displayed first. So it didn't fill the whole screen. So to make sure that it fit the whole screen, call fit and call fill to it. Hit restart and see. Alright, so here it is. Now, to make sure of this cached network image to fit the whole screen of this emulator or any phone, we can do some other things. Let's add a width of double.infinity like this, and let's add a height like this and hit save. And this image didn't change yet, so let's try to change it. We can call fit also and call boxFit.fill. But if we call boxFit.fill, the animation will not be applied to it. I will keep it like this and show you. Now to add the animation, we need to add something called alignment. And for the alignment, we can call something called fraction offset. And this fraction offset takes two arguments, which is the animation and the value. So as you can see in here, an X and a Y, and both of them are double, while this animation is of type double. So to make sure that it is double, call dot value. Okay, so restart the app now and see. So it didn't work. So to make sure that it is work, call boxFit.contain. And as you can see, the size of this image is not suitable for a phone, while the other image that I chose it, so this image, it is a size of the phone. So that's what will make it work, okay? So restart the app again and see. We need to use the cover actually, not this one. It should work now. So here it is working fine. For sure you can change the type of the animation, and for example, as I said, you can use anything that you want from here, okay? And you can use something different than the curved animation from here. Alright, so in the next tutorial, we'll continue implementing the login screen. We will add those text above, and we'll allow later the user to navigate to the sign up screen and add all the other widgets. So stay tuned. Hello guys again. So let's continue building on the login screen. So for that, let's come back, and below of this, or inside of this stack and below of this cache network image, we need to initialize something else to add those widgets actually. So in order to do that, we need something to make it above each other. So in order to do that, there's actually many ways. I will use now the first way, which can be done by using a list view and give it children. And the second approach, we will be using it very soon later on in this video. So the first child in here will be the login, so this login text. So in order to do that, we initialize a new text. Let's name it login, and we need to do some styling for it. So styling can be done like this, and in here we can give it color, font weight, font size, and anything that you want. Okay, so in here let's give it a color, and I prefer the white color because it suits the background. So in here, white color, let's give it weight, and the font weight can be done by using from the 100 till the 900, or you can specify if it is normal or bold. I will use bold in our case, and then let's specify a size for it of 30. Okay, hit save, come back to our application, and here it is. So let's add a space between this text and the top. So in here, let's initialize a sized box, and for this we can give it a height of 100 for example, and let's see what will happen. Hit save, come back, and here it is. But this will be not responsive. I mean, so if the user open up this app on another phone, for example, or if we try it on another phone which has different screen dimension, it may be ugly, for example, or it may make an overflow error. So in order to fix that, we can make it responsive, and in order to do that, we can initialize in here a size, and this size actually can calculate the screen height and the screen width. So how can be done? It can be done just by using something called a media query. Okay, so by using this media query, we will have access about the height, the screen height, and the width. I mean the screen width. So in here is size, just like this, and it is of type size because we initialize it in here. Okay, it can be double also, but it will make an error, and in here we can call the height for it, and the error will be gone. And this is actually the height of this screen in here, of this emulator. Okay, but to make it more general, so we use, or can we access later on the width, let's just keep it like this. Okay, so in here we can use the size, and instead of this 100 in here, let's paste it in here and call the height, and then multiply it by a number to take a little ratio of the screen. So in here, let's multiply it by 0.1, hit save, and here it is. Now it will be very responsive on all the other screens. Okay, so let's initialize another text now. But actually, if you see this text, there's a text in here and a button in here. This is actually not a button, but it can be a text button. But I will use another approach to share more widgets with you. So in order to do that, let's initialize in here a rich text, which is take a text. In here, I will use a text span, which is take children. And as a children, we will be using other text spans.
So in here, let's initialize a text span. And so in here, text span, which is take the text, and as a text, let's say don't have an account. And for sure we need to do some styling for it, but let's hit save and see. So here it is. Let's add margin between them. So let's add a sized box and let's give it height of 10. Hit save. So here it is. And let's come back and do some styling for it. So let's make it looks like this one in here. So to add some styling for it, let's copy this, paste it in here. And we need to change this font size. I prefer to choose 16, I mean. Right, so in here we need to add the, okay, so it is working fine. Hit save, let's come back, and here it is. Now, if you see, it is directly on the screen on the left side. So let's add some padding for it. I mean margin to the left. So that can be done by wrapping this list view by padding. Hit save. So here it is. But actually this padding, I prefer to use it in a symmetric way that can be done directly like this. If you want from the horizontal sides, for example, from the left and the right, you can specify one value to it. I will choose value of maybe 16 and hit save. So here it is. If you want a value from the top and bottom, you can choose the vertical, just like this, okay? So let's add this button in here. And this is actually not a button. This is actually another text span that take on top method. If you press space in here, there is no on top in here. So we need to find another way. So, but first let's initialize the signup text. So in here I will say register actually, and let's choose blue dot shade 300. Hit save. So here it is, and let's add decoration to apply this underline text to it. So in here we say text decoration dot underline. Hit save. So here it is. I don't know if you can see it clearly, but here it is. Okay, so let's add some spacing between them. So hit save now. And if you can see in here, still having this underline even on the white space. This is actually annoying. So we need to add a sized box between them, for example, to apply changes. But that cannot be done because we are inside of a rich text. So in order to this can be done, we can add a text, and for sure must be a text span. And let's give it white space in here. And cut it for now. Delete everything from here and paste it again in here. We're still having error in here because we didn't specify its type, just like this. And as you can see, the underline is gone from here. I will resize this emulator again. Okay, so now the upper widget has been done, and let's implement now the email text and the password text field. Inside of the list view, let's initialize a text field. Hit save. Nothing appeared on the screen, but if I press on here, as you can see, we have a text. But even if I type in something in it, nothing changed. Once I select it, you can see it a little bit. We cannot see anything, it's because of the background, so let's change the style for it. I mean the color, and that can be done by calling the text style and give it a color, and give it color of white. So here it is, okay? In our case, if we go back in here, if I press on the login,
As you can see, it is different in here. So once I pressed on this icon, actually, it's not when to see server and verify my information. It is directly has a form validation. And that's what we need to implement it in here. This text field doesn't have a validation. There is an argument called validator, but it doesn't contain. So we need to use in here something called text form field. In here we have something called validator, which is we will use it later on. Okay, so we can in here use value and initialize it like this. And now let's do the validation form that we wanted. In our case, this is an email, so we need to do a check about an email. Actually, there's a package on the pub.dev that does this for you, but in here I will do just a simple check to not waste time. So in here we need to call it like this, check if it is empty, and I will check if the value doesn't contain an at. Okay, so in here check if it doesn't contain at. So in here we return a text. So let's say please enter a valid email address, just like this. Alright, so it will not appear right now, but later on, once we submit our form, this will be called if it doesn't suit this if statement. And to not get any error, in the else block, we need to return null, just like this. Now let's do the styling for this text field. So this styling actually just done for the text that's being written in it, but we need to add a decoration for it. So in here it takes a decoration, which is an input decoration, which is take a lot of arguments. In our case, I will focus on the borders. In my case, I care for the border, focused border, and the error border. I actually care for the enabled border. So once the user can press on this or can use this text field, this will be called. Right, so in here we will use the underline input border, and let's give it border radius. I don't want actually to make it rounded, so I will use just the border side and just give it border side. And I will choose white color, right? So just like this, I will restart the app and see. So here it is, as you can see. Before that we continue, let's add some spacing between it. So in here just add height of 40, all right? So great until now. Let's fix it more. So in here, let's copy this. Let's add a comma first. And now we can copy this and add a focused border in here. So focused border, paste this in here. Before that, I hit save. If I press on this, the color become blue. If I hit save now, the color will be white. Okay, let's specify another color for the error text, and the error text cannot be called now. It will be called if this F is wrong. Okay, I mean if this F happened, this text will be displayed and this error text will be called. Actually, we need an error border, not error text. Okay, so and here we need the red color. Hit save now, and it is actually still a little bit ugly. We need to add a hint text in here, and that can be done by typing in here hint. Oops, hint, just a hint. Like this, and give it email. Hit save, and nothing got displayed. Actually, there's something on the screen, but you cannot see it because of the wallpaper. So we need to apply a head style for it. So head style, and give it text style, and give it color of white color. Here it is. So one more thing that I wanna add it for this text field, which is something called controller, just like we added this animation controller. So that will help us later on to get this text form field to submit our form to the Firebase. Okay, so above in here, let's initialize a text editing controller, and let's name it email editing or email text controller, like this, equal to, or we don't have to initialize it. Let's see what will happen if we don't initialize it. And before that, I continue. Let's initialize another one for the password. So in here, let's say pass text controller. So as I said in the last video, each controller must be disposed. So let's dispose them by calling .dispose and the dispose method. We need to do the same for the password, like this. Great, so let's come here and let's give it the email text controller. Let's restart our app and see what will happen. So we got an error because, as I said in the last video, a late variable must be initialized, and we didn't initialize it in here. So we need to initialize it. In order to initialize it, we can initialize it by typing here equal to text controller, text editing controller, and we need to give it a text. We can give it an empty text to not affect our code below. I will copy this, do the same for this password. Restart the app and see what will happen. Okay, so it is working very well. Great. So in order to continue, let's implement the password now. So in here, let's copy this text field. And in here, add a sized box. Give it height of 20 maybe. And in here, type in password. Paste our code. Change the hint to password. And change this to enter a valid password. And we don't actually need this, but instead of this, we can do a small check about the length of it. So, I mean the length of the value. If it is less than 7, make an error, okay? And in here, we need to change it to password editing controller. Now, there is something else that can be done. We can add in here, actually, a keyboard type, okay? So, this keyboard type can contain input text decoration. So in here we type in text input type equal, dot. We will choose in here the email address. In here, if I am focusing on it, we don't have an @ in here, and this is what actually do. It will add an @ to our keyboard. Let's restart the app and see. So here's our code. If I press on it, you can see in here the @ For the password, we can use the same thing, or we can use something about the password, which is visible password. Now, if I type in something in here, you can see it clearly. If I hit save also, you will still see it clearly, okay? So we need to fix this. It can be fixed by adding something called obscure text and set it to true. And this will hide our text. Hit save now. And as you can see, a stars appeared in here. So to make it more complicated and more user-friendly and attractive UI, let's add an I in here, which is allow the user to switch to see his password or to hide it again. So in order to do that, we can add in the input decoration something called suffix icon. And in here, let's add a gesture detector. And this gesture detector can allow us to press on any widget and do a function that we want. For example, if we use in here a row and a text in here and another text beside it, and wrap this text by a gesture detector and give this gesture detector a method, it will work just the same. All right? So let's wrap this. Let's give it on top in here, and the on top we will do something else later. Let's print I pressed, for example, and we need to add a semicolon in here, and we need to give it a child. As a child, let's give it icon of icons dot visibility. Okay, hit save, and here's the eye appeared in here. Now let's give it a color of white color, and we need to change now. Once the user press on it, we need to allow him to see his text. So we need to manipulate this obscure text, and in order to do that, let's initialize a boolean up there. So in here, let's initialize a boolean and set it equal to false, true. And let's make it a private variable, which cannot be called in another class. So this variable will be called only in here, okay? So let's come down to our code. And in here, actually, let's give it for the obscure text. And the on top, let's call set state and put the obscure text equal to not obscure text. Restart the app and see what will happen. Press on it. The text can be seen. Press on it again. The text is hidden. But it will be better if we show the user another eye once the user press on it. So let's do a small check in here about if it is obscured or not. So if this is the case, let's use the icon visibility. If it is not this case, we need to use the icon off. Hit save, press on it. So as you can see, the icon got it changed. Okay, so let's continue our work. We need now to implement this button in here, and we need to implement this forget password. So in order for that to be done, we need to actually, before that I continue, I forget to add a press function once the user press on this register. So in here, it takes a span in here, it takes something called recognizer. For this recognizer, it can be given a method, and that's what will we do. So we need to give it a method. So let's call something called tab gesture detector, and then call dot on top to it, set it equal to like this, and I will print something. So let's say in here register has been called. Hit save, press on it, nothing happened. We need to restart the app to apply the changes. Press on it. So here it is. Great. So let's continue our work. We need actually to add this button in here. I will work on this button, then add the forget password. So to do that, let's initialize something called text button. So inside of this list view, actually below this text field, let's add in here something called text button. The onPressed will do something later on, and as a child, let's give it text and say in here forget password. Right, so let's apply some styling for it and format our code. add a style in here and give it text style, give it a color. I will choose the color. I prefer actually color. I will just choose white color. Give it font size of 17. Give it decoration of text decoration dot underline. Let's give it font style, and this style you will see what can be done with it. So we can specify if you want it normal or italic. I will choose italic. Hit save, and it is in the middle. So we need to move it to the right. Now, in order to do that, there is many ways. I will wrap it by a row and give this row, I mean, a main axis alignment, and put this main axis alignment to the end. Hit save. So this is actually work, or we can use a simple thing. I will refer to the changes and press on this icon in here and wrap it by a widget. And in here, let's call align and give it something called alignment and set alignment dot push it to the left. Hit save. We need to use the right. Hit save. And it is being moved. Alright, so now let's add some spacing between the forget password and this text field. So in here, let's just add sized box and give it value of 15. Hit save. And let's copy this, and below this align, let's add some spacing of 40. And we need now to initialize the method that handle the login. So in here, we can initialize a raised button, elevated button. If you are on an older SDK, you can use the raised button, but if you are on the null safety, for sure use the elevated button because the raised button has been deprecated. So raised button, as you can see, it is deprecated. In both cases, I will use something called material button, which is, I really prefer it. So material in here, button, this one, and it takes a function and it takes other arguments, but let's give it a child first and see. As a child, if we go back to the app, in here we have a text and an icon beside it. So let's implement it. So let's add arrow in here, children, and initialize a text and say login in here. We need to do some styling for it. So let's add style and give it color of white color. So I need colors dot white. Then let's give it font weight. So font weight dot bold, and hit save. Come back, and here it is. For sure, we need to add size. So I will choose 20. Hit save, and here it is. If I press on it, as you can see, this ripple effect, and it's not in the middle. So we need to fix this, and we can call for the row something called main axis alignment, and I do recommend you to play with it to see the difference. There's something called main axis alignment. If I press save now, the text has been moved to the center. There's something called cross axis alignment, which is play on this y-axis for a row and for the x-axis for the column. So I do recommend you to play with them. It is important. Next to this text in here, let's initialize the icon and say in here icon dot, in here login. Hit save, and let's add this white color to it. Here it is, but it will be better if we add some padding between them, and that can be done by adding a sized box, and the sized box can take a height and a width. So in our case, we need to use this width, and I will give it margin between them of or padding of 8. Hit save, and here it is. Now let's do the styling for this material button, which can be done by adding the color. So colors dot, I will choose pink dot shade 700, hit save, and here it is. Now let's wrap this row by padding, and you'll see why I want this padding. I will use symmetric padding and give it vertical of value 14, hit save, and as you can see, the height of this button got changed, and it looks better in my opinion. Now there's something else you can change it, which is the elevation. For example, I would choose 8, hit save, and the last thing that I want to change it is that if you compare it with this icon button in here, I mean, it has rounded corners. So let's improve them, and that can be done by calling shape, and it takes a rounded rectangular border. So this one, and let's give it border radius dot circular. I will choose value of 13. Hit save, and here it is. Alright, so now let's implement the function of once the user press on it, and this function will be just a small function. I mean, it will not be connected for the Firebase. The Firebase section will be alone. So let's go up below of this init state. In here, let's initialize a void method. Let's name it submit form on login. So in this method, we need to do something. So we need to check if this form is valid, but we don't have a form yet. So if we come in here, we need to wrap it by a new widget and call a form for it. So this form actually takes a key. So we need to initialize a key for it. And this form needs to handle all of our text fields in it in a form. So inside of this form must contain this email and this password. So to do that, we can wrap this text by a list view, or we can wrap it directly by something called column, which is I prefer it more than a list view. So let's cut the code for this password and just paste it in here. And we need to initialize a key for this form. So how can we do that? It can be done easily by initializing a key in here. And the key, I will name it final login form key. It will be equal to a global key, and we need to specify the form, which is a form state, just like this. Now this form key can be used in here, and this form key will handle the validation of this. So we need to use it in our submit form method. So in here, let's initialize a variable, a final variable, which is as valid, and call this to it and check the current state and call validate to it. It's still making an error. If you press on this lamp, we need to add a null check in here. Now if I print this is valid, so let's say in here is valid and print it like this. Restart the app. For sure we need to call this method. We didn't call it yet. Search for login, and we need this one, and we can call this method in here by typing it like this. Well, now we don't have to actually call it like this. We can just copy its name, and because it didn't take any arguments, we can just call it like this. It will work just fine. Hit save now. press login, and here it is. Now we got this styling, and it can be changed. For example, if we search in here about error, in here we specified the type of this border. Okay, if we change it to amber, for example, hit save, and as you can see in here, it got changed. Okay, for sure it will be better if we keep it red. Let's enter a correct information, for example, test@test.com, and a password. The error has been gone from the email, but in here in the password still having an error because we don't have length of 7 at least. Hit login now, and the error has been disappeared. In the next video, we'll continue implementing the register screen, and we will add something else to this screen actually. We will allow the user to pass in through the keyboard. Once the user presses on this icon, it will take him to the password, and once the user presses on this icon, if he focused on the password text field, the submit form method will be called. Okay. First, before that I end this tutorial, let's add a few lines of code in here. So just let's check if it is valid. We need later on to add something, and if it's not, we will do nothing. So see you on the next tutorial where we will implement the register screen. Alright, so let's start implementing the sign up screen. Okay, so here's the screen, and for that let's create a new file in here. Let's name it register.dart, and let's go back to our main app on the emulator. In here I will copy everything from the login because it's actually the same, just differ from the text, and it has 4 text fields. So we can paste our code and just apply a few changes to it. So first thing that we need to change is the login. Change it to register, for example, or sign up like this. And here in the icon we will get an error. I will choose the person out, hit save. For sure nothing will change. We need to, once the user presses on this icon, I mean this text, it will take him to the register class or screen. So in here, instead of this, let's say material. I mean, we need to use something called navigator dot push, and this push actually is a stack. And what stack mean is, imagine that it is a bottle of objects or something, and once you add something, it will become on the top of the other things. So once you pull that thing, it will be pulled the first. What I mean is, once you add a new thing, it will be removed the first thing. So that's how push work. Once we go to another screen, it will be available on the top of that screen. And once the user presses on this button in here, it will take him back to that screen. So in order to remove this, we can use something called push replacement. Okay, but in our case, we will allow the user to come back to this screen, to the login screen. So in here, let's change the route, and in here choose something called material page route. So type in material page route, and we need to give it a builder and pass in the context. And in here, we need to give it the screen that we want. Actually, we don't have to make it a named function. We can just do it and like this. So we call the sign up screen to it. Let's change the name to it, or just keep it like this, it's fine. Alright, so let's restart the app and see. Now hit the register and it took us to the sign up. Now if you can defer them, as you can see in here, the title is different from the first one. I will use in here push replacement and show you the difference. I will start the app, and now if I go to the register, press on this icon, it couldn't come back. So that's why we need to use only a push, okay? Because once we use push replacement, it is actually removed that object from the stack and set instead of it. I will cut the process and run it again, and in the meantime we need to initialize other things. In here, as you can see, we have full name and company position more than the login screen. So in here we need those controllers. So the first one will be let's say position and the company in here. I will name it like this, and in here it will be the full name, and for sure we need to use them. Now let's copy the email text. So I will just copy it like this, and I will type an email in here, and I will paste this one in here, and it changes this to the full name, and it deletes this just to check if it is empty or not, and say in here this field is missing. Change this to full name controller, and we can keep this like this, or we can just use name. Okay, and the below of the password in here we can say position and the company, for example, and paste our code in it. For sure we need to add sized box in here, and we need to change this. I will change it also to name, and we can delete this, and in here say this field is missing like this, and in here change it to position and the company, for example. For sure we need to change the controller, so let's say position like this. Restart the app and see. Great, so here it is working fine. For sure we don't need this forget password in here, or we can keep it, it's fine, but I will just delete it. So search for forget password, delete the sized box, and with the align, save it, and the sized box, change it to 80, hit save. It is working fine. Now I will choose this to be 200, for example, or 300. Hit save. Let's choose 600 or more, and it is working fine. Great, so I will keep it 80 and see what will happen. Let's come to this list view in here and try to change it to a column. Hit save. First of all, those things got changed, and I want to say that and the place in here I will choose this number, and as you can see we got something called overflow error, and this can be fixed, but that's why I used list view. We can fix this easily by, for example, wrapping this column by a single child scroll view. And this will allow the screen or the object to scroll. But let's just keep it as a list view. Okay, just like this. So it does do the trick. I'm trying to recycle the code as much as you can. Great, so we need to change this to login and change the text. Search for don't have an account to already have an account. And in here say login. And in here we can just call navigator.pop context. Hit save, press on it, and it will take us to the login screen. Now, it will be better if we do a check about if the screen can pop or not. And this will avoid errors. So if it can pop, let's pop it. If not, we say null. Restart the app and see. Alright, so here it is. Now let's change this. It is working fine. We changed it already while we selected it. And that's it for this tutorial. And the next tutorial we'll try to allow the users, once they press on this icon in here, take him directly to the email, from the email to the password, and from the password to the position in the company. And in the position of the company, once the user presses on this icon, the form will be submitted. So stay tuned and see you in the next video. Alright, so let's allow the user to navigate between text fields. And in order to do that, we need something called FocusNodes. First, I will change this name because of the big S. I don't like it like this. So paste it in here and delete this, change it like this, and paste it in here also. So let's initialize something called FocusNodes. So FocusNode in here, let's name it full name FocusNode equal to FocusNode. Alright, we don't actually need this FocusNode for the name, I mean, because the name is on the top and we will not come back to it. So I will just change this name to email. Copy this, paste it 2 times, and change this to position, CP, and this email to password. And those also we need to dispose them, right? And we forget in the last video to dispose these text editing controllers. So we need to dispose the full name controller and we need to dispose the position controller. Right, so we need to dispose these also, and we will call the dispose method in a minute to it. And just like this, now we select them all. And I do recommend you to search about the shortcut of the VS Code, so you can do it just like what I did in here. Great, so let's go to the email in here, and in here we can add a FocusNode, and say email FocusNode, this one. Now if I hit save, nothing will change, but if I hit input type, this one I mean text input action, and we can use in here next. I saved it, and as you can see in here, this icon got changed. If I press on the password, this icon is a check, but in the email it is a next icon. Once I press on it, it takes me to the password. But this may fail on some phones, and to make sure of that it will not fail at all, we can add in here something called, we can call on editing complete, and in here we can use something called focus scope and call of context, then request focus and give it the focus node that you want to request on it. In our case, we will focus on the password. I will copy these 2 lines of code or these 3 lines of code and paste them in the password. And this one, we need to change it to password. And in here, we need to change it to the position. So in here, position, cp focus node. And down below, I will paste them. So on editing complete, we don't need it like this. And in here, we need the done, this check. And in here, we need to use the underscore position focus node. And in here, we can just call the signUp, the form. So what we named it before. So we need to call this method just like this. I will start the app and make sure that everything is working fine. Go to the register. We didn't add it for the full name, so let's add it first. So in here, I will copy it again, paste it in here, and change this to email focus node. Let's start the app and see. So in here, this icon got changed. If I press on it, it didn't take me to the email focus node. So let's make sure it takes me to the position. I don't think that you can see it. So from the full name, so we made some errors. As you can see, it once I press on this, it is making an error. So yeah, it is making an error because we give it the focus node of the password focus node. We need to change this. Restart the app and see. So in here, in the full name, if I press on this, it takes me to the email. From the email, it takes me to the password. From the password, it takes me to the position and the company. And once I press on this icon, the form should be called. So great. So the submit method is being called. Okay. So we need to do the same thing and the login screen, and for that we will just need to use the password controller, the password focus node, and in here called .dispose dot, and then search for the password, and in here give it focus node password, and we can copy this, and we can paste it in here. We can delete this, refresh, restart the app, and see. Great. So here it is. And I want to say, for example, if you were in the password and if you want to go to the full name, you can just provide the full name, for example, and in here, for example, and the password, you just need to provide in the registration. Alright, so I will show you what I meant. So, and the password in here, for example, we need to go to the position and the company. You can't just provide the position and the company. Okay? So that's what it differs. And you also can go up. For example, if you want to go from the password to the email, you can just provide the email in here instead of the position. For example, if I hit save, go to the password in here, and as you can see, it moves to the email just like this. So that's it for this tutorial. And the next tutorial, we will try to implement the forget password, and I will show you how it is. So the forget password, it is in here, and I strongly recommend you to do it by your own because it is very easy and it will be a good practice for you to be done. So see you on the next video. Alright guys, so as I said in the last video, let's just start implementing the forget password. So here's the page.
So for that, I will just copy this code and apply a few changes to it and create a new file. Let's name it forget underscore pass dot dart, paste it, and delete everything related to the forget password and for the text fields. So delete till here, and then we don't actually need this rich text, so let's just delete it also. So now what left is this widget in here and this button, okay? And for sure the moving wallpaper. Great, so in here we don't need those controllers. I will just keep one of them and change this to email, for example. I mean forget pass text controller like this. And we can delete this. We don't need this FocusNode, neither this, neither the key. So we can just delete it. And delete it from here and change this from here to forget pass fct like this. We need to change the name of the class and let's change it to forget password screen like this. And in here, let's change it to what we named it before. So to this method like this. We need to change this to forget password. And let's come back to the login, and in here in the login password, in the forget password method function, it's this button in here. Let's try to implement what we need. So search for navigator, push, and copy this, and then go back to the forget password and paste it in here, and change the name of this screen to forget password, restart or refresh the app, and press on it, and here it is. Let's apply the changes to it. So in here, let's say forget or reset now, and just delete this icon. And we don't actually need this row anymore, so I will just delete it, hit save, and here it is. Let's say font style and put it to italic, save, and here it is. Now let's add the text field. For that, below of the forget password, first let's create a text field. Let's say in here email, change the size of it to 20 and then change this to normal, hit save, and here it is. Let's add a sized box between them, and let's say 20, maybe 10, and in here add address, and I actually prefer bold. So here it is, and let's apply also font style to it. So like this. Now, in here, let's initialize a text field. Let's give it the controller. And hit save. It is actually somewhere in here, so you can see it now. So let's do some styling for it, just like we did for the others. For that, I will go back and search for decoration, and we can copy all of these, come back and paste it in here. We don't actually need this error border, I will just delete it. We don't actually need those hints, I will just delete them also. I will start it now and see. Okay, so here it is, but it is still ugly in my opinion. So to change it, there's an argument called filled. Put it to true and choose a filled color, because the filled color by default will not change it.
So the default color will choose white color. So here it is. I like it like this, in my opinion. It looks great. So just to change the indentation, and it looks great actually. Alright, so I want to show you one last thing that I didn't show you in the previous videos. Let's copy this, come back to the forget password method, and in here let's type in the controller, and as you can see we can access many functions and many values to it. Later on we are going to use this text. If we try to print this, and we can print it by typing in $, then open two curly braces and place it or paste it like this. If I hit save now, press reset now, nothing gets printed, only this. It is because null, we didn't type anything. I will type anything in here, press reset now, and here's the word that I just typed. Okay, so later on we will try to use this controller to get our text, and actually there's many ways to get this text field content, so I actually prefer this way. It is a simple and easy way. So that's it. So that was for this tutorial, and the next tutorial will start implementing the core of our app. So stay tuned and see you in the next videos. Hey guys, so in this tutorial let's start implementing the main page, which is the tasks screen. Okay, so in order to start we need to understand what this page is constituted of. So the first thing that attracts you, it may be this list or this list design, which is very specific. And as you can see, this icon in here may be a check or a watch, or depending on the status of each task, if it is finished or not. So for sure this will be implemented later on once we start with the Firebase section. Okay, so for the design, we have a list view in here which has a specific design, and we'll try to implement it in this tutorial. And it has a navbar which is constituted of a title and a leading icon. This name of this icon in here, which is a leading, which is to the left, and actions in here. Okay, so once the user presses on this icon, a dialog will appear, which is allow him to filter the tasks. If he chooses a business, the business task will be displayed. Okay, and for sure, as I said, the logic will be implemented later on once we start with the Firebase. Let's cancel the filter, and all the tasks has been displayed. Once the user long press on it, a dialog will pop up and will allow the user to delete. And in here there's a drawer. So I think we're good to go to start coding. So let's initialize a new file in here. Let's name it tasks underscore screen dot, and in here let's initialize a stateless widget. Let's name it task screens. Okay, so like this. And if you may wondering why a stateless widget, actually we have nothing that will rebuild in this screen as the task screen. What will be rebuilt later on is that once the user delete, for example, let's delete this. Okay, this page has been rebuilt, but not exactly this page, okay? Only the widget, so only the list view in it, so not this page. You might not understand it very well now, you'll understand it very soon later in this video. Let's change this to scaffold, and let's go to the main.dart file. Let's change this to the task screen. We need to import it, but my IDE directly imported. And actually later on we will manage the displayed screen. For example, if the user logged in, we will display the task screen, and if he's not, we need to display the login screen. Okay, and that will be managed later on once we start with the Firebase section. Alright, so let's start with this. Let's initialize in here a number and give it a number. We will come back later on to it, and let's initialize a body, and in the body, as I said, we have a list view, right? I will use something called listview.builder, and it is the best actually, since it allows us, actually it is the best for the app performance. What I mean is, once we call .builder in here, only those lists that appear on the screen will be rendered, okay? So it will maximize the performance of the app. So let's call builder in here, and we need to give it builder. We can pass in icon text and an index, and in here we need to return. This is a fast way in order to pass in the context and the index. I will pass the lazy way, I mean the maximum way, which is we pass on build context, pass in a context in here, then initialize an int. We can name it index or anything that we want. In here, I will return a text, and let's say list will go here. Let's restart the app and see. Great, so here it is. So the first thing is that the app bar has a color of blue. We can change it or change its color in many ways. We can come back to the main and change this primary swatch to red, for example. Hit save and it will be changed. And since we are in the main.dart file, let's change the debug banner to false, okay? So this annoying banner in here will be removed. Okay, so let's come back to the tasks screen, and in here in the app bar, let's choose background color, and we can specify a color for it. I will choose actually the theme.off scaffold background color, okay? For me, I think it is the best, okay? To change this line in here, we can give it elevation and put it to 0. And let's give it title, which is text. And let's say in here tasks. And in here give it a style, text style. And we need to change the color for it. Hit save now. And if I said save, the color by default is white. Let's change it and say colors dot pink. Hit save, and here it is. So great until now. Now let's add this icon over here. So for that, we need to initialize the actions. And in the actions, we initialize icon button. Let's give it an empty function for now. And as an icon, let's give it icons dot filter underscore list, outlined, this one. Okay, so you might not seen it. Actually, here it is, okay, but the color of it is white, so we need to change it also. And in order to change it, I will copy this, paste it in here, but I prefer black. Okay, so here it is. Great, so let's continue. And this scaffold will take a drawer, as I said. So let's just initialize a drawer in here and hit save, and here it is. Okay, but the color is white. Now, I will make another video for it to change the color for it, because there is many ways and I want to explain it all too. Okay, so now let's start implementing the design of this list. For that, the best way is to initialize a new file, and as I said, to maximize the performance, since this screen will not be rebuilt. So let's delete this text. Let's go to the screen, initialize a new folder, name it widgets. And inside of this folder, let's initialize a new file. Let's name it task underscore widget. dot. The widgets must be inside the sleeve. So I just move it. Okay, so let's initialize a stateful widget. Okay, stateful widget and say task widget in here. Delete this constructor, import the material package as usual, and in here initialize a card. So this card is actually this gives this elevation and this shape. Okay, if I hit save now, nothing will change. We need to import or add this task list in here, task widget in here. Okay, we need to import it, restart the app, and see what will happen. Great, so nothing appeared on the screen because we didn't do anything yet. Okay, so let's come back, and in here let's give it elevation of 8, and let's give it margin of edge ansets dot symmetric, and I will give it margin of 10 and vertical 6 to add this margin between them and to the right and left. Okay, so let's continue, and we need now to give it the child, and as a child I will use a special widget to minimize our work and maximize the performance of this app. Okay, so I will use something called list style. Okay, and for this list style it takes many arguments. So the first thing that I will initialize it to it is the onTab, give it empty function, and on long press give it also empty function. Let's come back to the app, and if I press on it, a dialog will appear, and if I short press on it, it will take me to the page, okay, details page of this task. Great, so we will implement it later on. For now, let's add the other things. I will give it content padding, so give padding for these contents in here, the title, the subtitles, and everything. Okay, so as content padding, let's add edge ansets dot. Let's give it also symmetric, on horizontal of 20 and vertical of 10. For sure, you can change it as much as you want, and I do recommend you to give it a try to understand it well. Okay, so let's initialize a leading, and this list style, as I said, makes our work very easy. It has a leading in here, a trailing in here, subtitle, and title, which is we need an a list view builder, for example, and you can see how much it facilitates our work. So in here, let's add a container, and as a container, let's give it padding also, and this container will be for this. So let's give it edge ansets dot only right, give it value of 12. Okay, so let's add a decoration for this to add this in here, this border I mean. Okay, so in here decoration box decoration, give it border. First we need to initialize the border I mean, so like this, and then give it right, and then border side, and then we give it the color that we want. I'll choose the width of 1. Hit save and see. Okay, so I'm getting a lot of errors in here. It's because we didn't give all the arguments of the list view. So let's continue the work, and we must initialize a title for it. But first, let's continue initializing this container to add this cool icon or image in here. Okay, so as a child in here, let's add something called circle avatar, and this circle avatar give a cool shape for this. Actually, it will not appear like this on this example, but I will show you the difference. Okay, so later on you will understand how the shape of this circle avatar but basically it's a circle and you can give it a child. And you can change the background color for it and give it a radius. So in our case, let's give it a radius of 20 and let's give it a child, which is an image dot network, and we need to give it a network image. As you can see in here, we have different images. We have this check and we have this watch. If I change this watch, I mean the state of this task, it's because it's not done yet. If I change it to done, it will be a check in here. So let's add a check and paste that in here. And I will add a comment in here for the clock icon. So in here, add the URL for it. Alright, so let's continue our work and we need to give it a title. So in here, title, let's give it text, which will handle our title, the task title, I mean. And let's give it max line of 2. And let's give it overflow of text, overflow dot ellipses. And if you come here, you can see that we have in here 3 dots, and which is this text flow dot ellipses. Okay, so let's add in here style, and in here add text style, and I will give it font weight and choose font weight dot bold, just like this. Okay, hit save now. And here it is. Okay, so I got this error. It's because the title was null, and we must give a title for this list view or it will make an error. Okay, and let's talk about the circle avatar, which is in here. As you can see, it is a circle by default. We don't have to initialize a container and give it border radius. So it does make our work easier. And here we can change the background color for it. So colors dot red, let's say. Okay, so here it is. And I will tell you something like to give it some border, and an easy way to do that is to wrap it also by a circle avatar and give it radius of 21, for example, or 22. Hit save. And as you can see in here, we have like a border to it. I will change it to 25 so you can see better. So here it is. Okay, and you can wrap this by some padding. Hit save. And it looks cool now, but I don't actually prefer it like this. I preferred this design, but you can use this design if you want. Okay, I will just delete what I added directly and delete this padding. And in here we need to add the child, and we need to delete those. Okay, hit save now, and here it is. We need to add transparent color for this, and here it is. Alright, so let's continue our work and let's initialize now a subtitle for it. And in order to add a subtitle, we just type in subtitle in here, and let's initialize a column. And if you may wonder why we need a column, it's because we have this icon in here and we have this text in here. So the first child will be an icon, which will take the icons.linear scale. So this one actually, or this one, hit save. Here it is. And we need to change the color for it. I will choose the color of colors.pink.shade 800. Hit save. And let's actually add a main and cross-axis element to it. So put it to start. And we need to add a cross-axis alignment and also put it to start. Okay. So the main axis alignment will let us start and the top, and the cross-axis alignment will bring it to the start in here. Okay. If I change this to end, it will take it to the end in here. Great, so let's continue, and now we need to add the text, which is well under the subtitle. So I need, let's say, subtitle or description or task description, for example, like this, and let's give it also max line. I will just copy that from here. Okay, actually for the font weight I will keep it normal, and font size give it value of 16. Hit save, and here it is. Okay, it looks great in my opinion. And what left to do is to add this icon in here, which is a chevron icon or an arrow to the right, for example. And as I said, as we add the leading in here, there's something called trailing, and we can use it. So for below this container, so if we press Control space, we have also many other things, but in our case we'll use the trailing, which is an icon, and let's give it icons dot keyboard underscore arrow to the right. Okay, hit save, and here it is. Let's give it size, and let's give it color. So colors dot pink dot shade 800. Hit save and see. Okay, so here it is. It looks very good in my opinion. Okay, if I copy this, paste it many times, hit save. As you can see in here, we have the 3 dots. Here it is, 3 dots in here. Great, so that was for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial we'll try to fix this drawer color, and I will show you many ways to do that, so stay tuned. Alright, so as I said in the last tutorial, we will try now to change this icon color. As I said, there's many ways, and I will show you all. Okay, so in order to get started, we can add a leading for in here, and say in here, for example, icons dot AC unit, for example. Hit save. The icon in here got it changed. Let's give it a color of colors dot black. Hit save, and now you can see it better in here. If I press on it, nothing will happen. Okay, let's cut this, and let's add an icon button, and once the user press on it, we can give it a function to do that. So as an icon, let's give it the icon that we just initialized it, and we need to give it the onPressed, and add a comma in here. Hit save. Okay, now it is pressable. Let's change this to menu. Hit save. Alright, so in order to open it, we can just call the scaffold and then give it the context, and then just call open drawer to it. I will restart the application and see. Press on it. Oops, and we are getting an error. The error is actually not clear. I will restart it and see if it will get changed. Press on it, and now it becomes clearer. It is something related to the context. This context is not related to the scaffold, so we need to find a way to give it a specific context, and that can be done easily. We can just cut this icon button, and in here we can initialize something called builder, and this builder could take another builder, which is we can initialize it just like we did for the item builder. In here we need to give it a context. I will use the lazy way and give it context like this, and return our icon button. We need to add a comma in here, and the error is gone. Now we need to pass in this context instead of the scaffold or widget context. So in here, let's pass in the context like this. Press restart and see. Okay, so it is working fine. Also, the user can slide it like this. Okay. So there's another way in order to do that. I will just comment this, hit save, and the color disappeared. And in here, let's give something called icon theme. For the icon theme, it takes icon theme data, and in here it takes 3 arguments: the size, color, and the opacity. Okay, as the size, we don't need it. We need the color. Give it iColor.amper, for example. The color got changed, but we need the black color. You can change the size. It will not. Let's choose 12. Okay, it doesn't matter because it is related to the drawer. Okay, so as you can see, we can change it in many ways. That's why I made a specific tutorial for it. Okay, so see you in the next video where we will try to implement the dialogues. Okay, so this dialog over here, and once the user long press on this, we will show him the delete dialog. Okay, so stay tuned and see you soon. Okay guys, so now let's implement this dialog. So once I long press on this widget, this dialog will appear. So let's implement it now. For that, let's go to the task widget, and in the long press in here, let's initialize a method called showDialog. And this method implements this dialog that appeared. Okay, it takes a builder, and as usual, the builder takes the context. Okay, I will pass in like this, and we need to return something, and in our case, we need to return the alert dialog. This alert dialog takes title, actions, contents, but in our case, I will add just actions, and as actions, I will add a text button. So text button in here, it will do nothing in the moment, so let's pass in an empty function, and as a child, let's give it a row. So in here, row, and give it children, and I choose row since once I press on it, we have a text, and near to it, there's an icon. So the first child will be an icon. Let's add a comma in here, like this, and in here, let's initialize an icon, and say icons.delete, and we need to add the colors.red. Then we need to initialize the text, which is delete, and we need to give it style, text style, and choose the color of colors.red. Hit save and see. Okay, so nothing is happening. It is because on the I put it empty on tab, so I just need to press on it. Okay, so here it is. Now let's add a main axis alignment for this row. For example, let's add it like this and give it to center, cancel it, and here it is. Now this method is very annoying to be written inside of the UI. Okay, so let's just cut it and make it a named function. So in here, let's say delete dialog, for example, like this, and in here paste our function, and now we can just call our function. So it can be called like this, or it can be called like this. Okay, I will start the, and let's try to press on it. Nothing happened. Let's try on long press, and here it is. Great, so that was for this tutorial, and the next tutorial we'll try to implement this in here. So once the user press on it, it will allow him to, or this dialog will pop up. Okay, we will just do the UI design for now. Okay, so see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so in this tutorial we'll try to implement this dialog as I said in the last tutorial. So let's get started. So let's go to the task screen since we have this button in it, and for that I will initialize a list which is handle those texts. So it will be a list of strings. So here it is, okay? So it's just a list of strings which is handle the category of a task, for example. And now we need to initialize the method to handle the dialog, for example. For that, let's copy this delete function, come back to the task screen, and now we can initialize a function at the button, and let's name it something else than this. And now we have an error about the context, and in here we don't have an error. It is because the this class actually it has the context, but in the stateless widget it doesn't have a state class, so we don't have the context. That's why we can convert it to a stateful widget, but we still don't need it now. So we can just pass in the context in here. Let's change the name and say category, or let's change it to show task categories dialog, like this, and this is small s. Okay, so let's add a title for it. So in here we can add a title, and as a title we can give it something. Let's check it how it is. So here it is. So we can give it a title, text. So let's pass in a text, and this text will be task category, like this, and let's give it some style. So text style in here, and we need to give it size. I'll choose 20, hit save, and let's call this method and for this function in here, okay? And since it is a function that takes a context, we need to initialize it as a named function, so we need to pass in like this the context. We need to add a semicolon in here and hit save. And now if we press on it, here it is. Okay, so now let's change the color for it. So in here, colors.pink.shade 800, hit save, and here it is. And instead of this row in here for the action, let's just cut this and give a text button. But instead of this row, let's give it something, say close in here, and then let's copy this and say cancel filter, okay, like this. So in here I will give it function to pop up this dialog, so the user can press on it to close the dialog, which is the navigator dot pop, like this. But as usual, I always like to do a check if it can pop or not to avoid errors. So we check it like this. Okay, so now I will restart and see. Press on it. So here it is. We just need now to add the contents, and for that there's something called contents in here, and we just need to provide it. So I will initialize a container. Actually, not a container. I will initialize something called listviewer.builder, just like we did in here. Okay, but I will just write it again and give it builder, and now I will use the lazy way. I will not initialize it like this. So just pass in a ctx, a context, for example, means, and an index, and in here return, and we need to return now our list. So if we check the application in here, once the user press on I mean, the user can press on anything of these. So let's initialize an equal, and for this equal, let's give it on top, but for sure now it is empty. And as a child, we need to give it a row. So in here, child, and give it a row. We initialized a row. As you can see, we have this check in here, and we have the text beside of it. So the first one will be the icon for sure, and I will use the icons.check underscore circle outline. So this one, and we just need to give it a color. So I will choose the colors dot red dot shade 200. Hit save and see. Okay, I'm getting an error. I will restart the application, and let's add a text in here, and I will talk about this error very soon. So a text in here, and in here we'll handle our list. So categories, and let's give it a font style, top style, and give it text style and font size of 18 and font style of italic. As you can see, we have italic in here, font style I mean. So font style dot italic, just like this. Hit save now. If I press on it, I will get an error. When you read has size directly, you will understand that there's something wrong about the size, or there's overflowing error or something like that. Okay, so since we initialized a list view builder and it is inside of a dialog, we must provide a specific width to it. If we didn't add a width for it, it will make an error, as it did in here. So that's why I was trying to initialize a container in here, and then we can provide a size for it, for the width. For example, let's give it width of 100. Hit save and press on it, and here it is. But for sure, it's kind of annoying because it will not be responsive like this. So we can in here initialize the size, but I prefer to initialize it in here and then pass it. So in here, let's initialize a size, which is will handle the screen size. So media query dot of context dot size, just like this, and then we can pass it to this function in here and pass it in here. For sure, we can specify the type of each one. So for example, in here, build context, and in here, size. And it would be better if we convert it to a named function like this. And we need to add required or just required and the null safety. Okay, or we can add interrogation mark to it, but we need it always, so just add required keyword in here. And for this, now if I press Ctrl space, we have two suggestions. The first one is the context, and the second one is the size, just like this. All right, so instead of 100 in here, let's use the size dot width times 0.9. Hit restart. Press on it, and here it is. Great, so let's add margin between them. I will choose 10. Or we can, it would be better actually if we wrap this text by some padding, okay? Hit save. And here it is. For the icon, let's choose the rounded one. Alright, so here it is. There's something left in it. We need to use the category that I initialize it in here, and we can use it in an easy way. So instead of this, we can call the category and give it the index. Simple as that. But first we need to specify the item count in here, which is the task category list dot length. Hit save, close this, press on it, and here it is. Alright, we still need to fix the size of it. Alright, so in here let's add something called shrink wrap. Output it true, hit close, press on it, and here it is. Alright, so that was for this tutorial, but before that we finish this, we have an underlined line for this title in here. They ask us to convert it to stateful widget. For now, we don't have to change it to stateful widget, but later on, since we have this filter now, it will be better to change it to a stateful widget, just because we have this filter in here. So just press on it, and now we have this. We convert it to a stateful widget, and something else, we don't now need this context since we have it in this state. And this function stand in this state, so we can just delete it. Okay, hit restart and it will work just perfect. Okay, so that was for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we'll try to implement this drawer, okay? So stay tuned and see you in the next tutorial. Hey guys, so in this tutorial, we will implement this drawer. So in order to get started, let's see the design for it. So here's the design. It has a header constituted of an image and a text in here, and then we have those widgets. Okay, so in order to get started, we need to go to the task screen, which is this screen, and we've already added the drawer in here. Now we could write the code in here, but it will be annoying to add it in here since it will has multiple lines of code, so we can just add a new widget and create the file in it. So in here, let's name it drawer underscore widget dot. Then in here, let's initialize a stateless widget and let's name it drawer widget, just like this. Get rid of this constructor, and in here it must be a drawer. So now we can use this widget in here instead of the drawer. Now let's continue. As a child, we can give it a column to assign it below of each other's, but it would be better if we give it a list style so we can avoid later on an overflow error. So in here, let's give it a list view, then give it children. The first child will be a drawer, something called drawer header, and as a child, to assign this image above this text, we need a column or also a list view. But in this case, it's better to use a column since we don't want them to scroll. So it will be better to use a column. Let's add a comma and format our code. And inside of this column, we need to give it children. And for the children, we need first to use the image asset to add this image, then add a text. So in here, let's use image.network. We need to assign the URL to it, and I will add it very soon. And in here, let's add text. And for this text, let's name it in here work as English, like this. Alright, so let's go back, hit save, and see. Okay, so we got nothing. Let's restart the app. And here it is. Great till now. Before that I continue, let's give this image network this image that I copied the URL for it, and in here before that to continue, let's give it a box decoration and let's give it a color of colors.cn. Hit save, and here it is, and we got an overflow error. Now we could wrap it by a container and give it some height and add a font size, for example, for this text, but we could simply wrap it by expanded or flexible widget. So I will wrap it by a flexible widget, and same for this one. Hit save. Now we can give this flex 2, for example, hit save, and it will look like this. I will keep it 1 and the default is 1. I added, so you can change it later if you want. Let's add some styling for this text. Give it text style in here, and for text style let's give it font size of 22, font style of italic style, and let's give it font weight and give it bold font weight, and hit save. And the color seems that it is black, but we don't want it black actually. I prefer a color of this color. I will add it now. So this colors, I will use hex color. I used it before, 0xFF and 003A 25A, I mean. Hit save, and the color got changed. Let's add space between them. So sized box, I will give it height of 20. Add a semicolon in here, hit save, and now it looks better. Alright, great. So now before that I continue, let's add a color for this title. So in the task widget, in here, it should be in here. Yeah, in here. So let's add a color as a style in here. So color, and give it this color. Now before that I continue, since we will use this color many times, it will be better if we put it in a class alone and just call it when we want. We can assign it to the theme data, but I prefer to do a new class to add the colors or constants to it. I will name this folder as a constant, and for sure it will not be in the screen, it should be in the lib. So in here, let's add a new file in it. I will name it constants, or let's name it colors like this, .dart. I will name it colors. I actually prefer to keep it constants, but you can change it if you want. So in here, class constants like this, and I will change this name again, so to constant. And in here, to initialize it, we can initialize it like this, and this color will be equal to, I will name it dark blue, for example, and it will be equal in here to color and of the hex color that we just added. So in here we can copy it, paste it in here, and now we need to import the Dart UI. We're still having an error in here, it should be a semicolon. Now we can use this by adding in the drawer widget. We can initialize it like this, then name it constants equal to constants, and we must import it. Now we can call the thing that we initialized, the object that we initialized, instead of this color in here, then call dot dark blue to it. If I hit restart, it will work just fine. Okay, so here it is. Now it will be very annoying to keep adding it like this. So that's why there is something in all programming language which is called static. Static means that the functions or constant in this class can be used in other classes directly by calling the class name. So in here we just need to call constants, but we're still having an error in here because we need to make it a static. So let's go in here, add a static keyword in here, and the solution is done. Now we can change this color and the task widget in here. We need to import it in here for sure, and that's it. Hit save, restart for sure, and that's it. In the next tutorial, we'll try to implement the other widget in here. So those widgets. So stay tuned. Alright, so let's continue building those widgets. So let's go back and see. Okay, so we can simply use a row, for example, for it, or we can simply use just like we did for those widgets where we used list style. And I prefer that thing, okay? So let's use a list style. Let's add size box first and give it height of 30. And in here, let's initialize a list style. And as a title, now we can give it a row and assign this icon next to the text. I will show you how. So row, children, icon, icons.tasks, for example, then a text. So like this. Let's see how it looks. Here it is. For sure we need to add it below of this list style. Okay, so below of the drawer header, because it's not related to the drawer header. Hit save, and here it is. For sure we need to add some styling, but here's how it looks. I will use a leading for it in here, assign the icon for it, and delete this row and just add a text. Like this. Hit save, and it will look like this. Great, so now we can use the color that we used. So we can call constant dot darker blue. Do the same for this text. So style, text style, and do it like this. Let's give a font size for this data text. So font size, let's give it size of 20. Hit save, and let's give it font style. So font style, and in here give font style dot italic. Hit save, and here it is. Let's change this to all tasks. Hit save, and here's how it looks. Okay, great. So we need now to add same code for 4 more times for this, and logout and the add task sections. I will show you how we make this code efficient, and it would be better if we do this way. I mean, make it efficient, so the app will be more faster and it will be more easier for us to edit it and edit the code later on. So I will just cut it like I did, and in here we can initialize a widget. Let's name it in here list style. We can make it a private by adding underscore in here to the name. So list styles, and in here we need to return our widget, and then just I will save first, go back to the application. We have nothing here, paste the name in here just like a function, add those parentheses, hit save, and here it is. Now copy it if you want more and paste it. Copy it like this, paste it as much as you want, and it will be displayed like this. Now for sure we need to make it dynamic. In order to make it dynamic, we need to add a dynamic text in here, a dynamic icon for this icon, and also once the user press on any item of these, it will make something different. So in here let's add on tab, give it anonymous function for now, and pass in a string in here for the text. So in here I will name it label, and then we need a function. I will add a function, name it fct, then I will add IconData and name it icon. Instead of this task icon in here, add your icon. Instead of this all tasks in here, add the label, and in the on tab we add the function just like this. Okay, so In here we got an error because we need to add it. Now if I press Ctrl space, I will not get any suggestions about those arguments. So let's convert it to named arguments by wrapping it by curly braces like this. Then for sure we will get an error. We can flag it as nullable values by adding this interrogation mark, but I don't prefer it. We always need to pass in those 3 arguments. So let's add required keyword in here. Just like this. Now for sure I got an error in here because we must pass it. In here hit Ctrl space, pass in the label, which is all tasks. We need to pass in the function. For sure now we will pass empty function. Then we need to pass in the icon, which is in our case the icon dot task underscore. I will use the underscore outlined one. Hit save now, and here it is. It is working fine. So by recycling this, it made our work very easy, and it reduced many lines of code. Okay, so now if we want to change something for all of these, we can just change it in this code over here. So now I will copy this, paste it in here. The second one will be my account. Then the third one will be registered worker, and the last one will be add task. So in here, let's say registered workers. In here, let's say add task, or add a task, for example. In here we need to change it to add underscore task. In here we need to change the icon to workspace underscore outline, and in here we need to change this to settings underscore outline. Now we're having an error because I didn't add a closure in here. Just like this, hit save, and here it is. So see how simple it is. It made our work easier, and we can later on just pass in the function, and each one will be different than the other. Now we need to add this line in here, then add the logout function. So let's come back. In here I will copy this, paste it for the logout. So in here let's say logout. Instead of this text, let's pass in logout, in here capital, and hit save, and here it is. Now let's add this line by adding a divider in here. Hit save, but you barely can see it now. But as you can see, so before the logout moved a little bit down. So in here just add a thickness and hit true, and now you can see it clearly. I will choose 1. I choose 2 before because I want you to see it well. I will choose 6 for example, and now you can see it better. I prefer to keep it 1 like this. Okay, so I guess that was it for this tutorial, and the next tutorial we'll try to implement the logout dialog, and for sure it will be just a UI since we didn't implement the Firebase section yet. So later on, once the user presses on this logout button, this dialog will appear. Okay, so stay tuned. Hey guys, so in this tutorial we will try to implement this sign out design for this dialog. So in order to get started, we need to add a function and pass it in for this fct argument for this list style. So in here we can add the show dialog method that we used before, but it will take so much space and it will be very annoying to write it in here. So let's add a named function. So in here let's add a void, and in here let's name it logout, and then we call the show dialog method. So show dialog in here, and we need to give it the context, and in here we need to give it context also. And for sure we don't have the context in here because it is a status widget, and we don't have the context and a status widget outside it, I mean. Okay, so if we convert it to a stateful widget, I explained before, we will have the context and the static class, which is this class. Okay, so let's continue. And in here we can just pass in the context like this, and in here we need to return. We can return an alert dialog, and for this alert dialog, let's add a title. As a title, as you can see, we have an image, and next to it we have a text. So for the image, we can add, first we need to add a row, and for the image we can add image.network. We need to pass in the URL, and I will choose this image. Pass in the URL, and it would be better if we give it height and width. I will choose 20 height and width of 20, like this. Now let's add the text, which is sign out, and let's add styling for it, or we can just keep it like this, hit save, and go back to the application, and we need to call this method in the list style and pass it in for this function and the logout. So in here, pass in the context, add a semicolon, hit save, press on it, and here's how it looks. We can wrap this by padding and do the same for this text. So padding in here. Now, I added a const before of this text, and it is a good practice for you to understand. This means that this text will not be readable. Now it will be kind of useless inside of a dialog, but for example, I just want to show you that you can add a const before of a constant text that it will not change at all. So for example, we can change it for all other texts. Okay, so let's try it, and it looks great. So now we need to add the contents, and the contents must be, for sure it will be below of the title, so below of this row. So in here, contents, let's add a text, and let's say, do you wanna sign out, like this. Add style for it, and to save sometimes I will just copy the style from here. Okay, hit save. Let's try it now, and here it is. Looks great. Now we need to add two buttons, one to cancel and one to sign out. So we can just copy the buttons from this dialog. So let's go to the task screen, and in here I was selecting it and the function of the dialog. So you can just copy and copy the actions and go back to the drawers, to the drawer widget class, which is in here and below of this content, below of this text. Paste it in here, change this to cancel, and we've already write the code of the pop. So the dialog, once the user press OK or cancel, it will pop. And in here for the cancel, it changes to OK, and later on we pass in the sign out function to it. Hit save and see how it looks. So here it is. Now we can add style and give it color. It will look great if we do that. So let's add red color to it. Let's try it, and here it is. If I press OK, nothing will happen. If I press cancel, this method will be called and it will work great. Alright, so that was for this tutorial. See you in the next tutorial where we will try to implement the inner screens of this app. So stay tuned and see you soon. Hello guys, in this tutorial we will implement the upload task screen design. So this screen. And in order to get started, we need to understand what this page constitutes of. If you may imagine, it is very similar to the sign up login screen since it has a form. So once user hit upload, this form will be called. And if you may notice, we don't have a form validation for those two text fields. The reason of that, once the user presses on any of these, a dialog will pop up. Also, once the user presses on this text field, for example, this big image dialog will be appeared, and the user can pick up any date, for example, and once he hit OK, it will be displayed in here. Okay, so it is very interesting and it has a cool design that can be used anywhere and everywhere. Anyways, to reach this page, once the user press on the add task and the drawer, so in here, it takes him to this screen. Okay, so now let's start coding, and in order to do that, let's organize our code more. So in here, let's create a new, we can actually create a new file in the screens, but to optimize our code more, we can create a new folder and call it inner screens. And inside of this folder, we can initialize a new file that will handle this screen UI. So in here, a new file, and let's name it add or upload underscore task dot dart, and it's going to be a stateful widget since it has a form validation. So in here, let's say stateful widget, and let's name it upload task. We can delete this constructor, and we can import now the material package. And the first thing that we need to do is to change this to scaffold like this. Now we need to reach this page, and in order to do that, we can go to the login, search for the signUp, for example, and copy this navigation method. Now let's go back to the drawer code. So in here, and we can pass in the function to allow the user, once he presses on this, to take him to the uploaded task screen. So in this screen, we can paste it in here, or we can use a named function, which is I will do, and I prefer it to keep it simple in here. Okay, so in here, let's say navigate to, for example, add a task or add task screen like this, and paste the function, change this to semicolon. We need to pass in the context and change this sign up to upload task like this. Now we can call this method in here like this, just like we did for the logout in here, and we need to add a semicolon in here, restart the app, and see what will happen. Okay, press on it, and it took us to the task upload task screen. Great, so now we can write the design code for it. So to do that, let's initialize a body for the scaffold, and as a body, if you may notice, those widgets stand in a card widget. So the first child will be a card, and inside of it, we need to initialize a column, because as you can see, the widgets are above of each others. So in here, let's say column like this, give it children, and the first child will be this title. So we can initialize a text, and let's say in here all fields are required like this, and for sure we need to do some styling for it. So in here, let's add a style of text style, then add a color. The color will be of constants class, and then called dark blue. Let's choose font size, maybe 25, and it is bold, so font weight, and call font weight dot bold to it. Let's check how it is. So it appeared like this. Now we can add padding for the card, for example. So I will add padding like this and choose only, say top, and from the top let's add padding of, let's say 50 and see, and Let's add from the right 10 and from the left value of 10 also, and save it now. And it looks good actually. So let's wrap this also by padding, hit save, and here it is. Now let's go back to the screen, and if you may notice there's a line in here, so let's add a divider. So below of this padding we can add a divider in here. Let's add a thickness for it. Let's go to the app and save it, and here it is. Great, so we can change this also or add a sized box in here so it looks more better. Give it height of 10, hit save, and here it is. We can add this sized box also below of this padding in here and below of this divider like this. Okay, so let's go to the old app now, and in here we need to initialize now this text. So let's initialize also a text. I will just copy this for now and paste it in here, and change this to task category like this, and change the font size to 18 and this to pink to shade 800 for example. We can use it like this and hit save. Let's see it, and here it is. Great, so now we can add a cross-axis alignment for this to align it to the left. So in here, cross-axis alignment dot start, hit save. Let's see. So those widgets actually to the left, but this title and this button in here are to the center. So we can do smart thing. We can just wrap this by align widget, and it will work perfectly once we add the alignment for it. So in here, add alignment, then put it to center, hit save, and here it is. Now for sure it will be better if we wrap this by padding. But before that we continue, as I said, this is actually a form. So let's initialize a form first. Then inside of this form, let's initialize a column, give it children, and in here pass in the text, hit save, and see what will happen. So here it is, it worked perfectly. Great. So let's wrap all of this form by padding like this, and now we can continue. Now if you may notice, we use this title and semi-style many times for these four text fields. So we can just recycle this widget, which is the text widget, and just like we did for the drawer, we recycle those list styles, and we pass in, as you can see, as you remember, we pass in few arguments to it. So let's do the same for the text and the upload screen. So in here, I will just cut this text, go below, and in here, let's say text, title, and do like this. Now we need to return this, and we can specify the type for it by adding text in here or adding a widget for make it more general. Okay. Now to make this dynamic, we can, just like we did, as I said, in the list style screen and the drawer widget, and the list style code, we pass in here a string, and let's name it label. And now we can use this label in here, and we can add required keyword in here, and the error will be gone. Now let's call this text widget in here and pass in the label just like this. If I hit save, go back to the application, and here it is. So till now, great. Let's copy this and paste it many times. For example, hit save, and here it is. Great. So before that we continue, let's wrap this by padding, hit save, and it will be better if we do like this. Let's change this to 5, for example, and here it is. I will delete those widgets, and now we can initialize the first text field. So let's make a general text field first. So to do that, in here we initialize as usual a text form field, as we did in the login screen. The first argument that I want to use is the controller, but I will comment it for now. The second argument that we can use, there's something called enabled. And this enabled, which is make this text field. Once user press on this, the keyboard will pop up and allow the user to enter a text. But once the user, if I change this to not enabled, for example, once the user press on it, nothing will happen. This keyboard will not pop up. Okay, so let's give it to true in here, and it is the default value. And let's do some styling for it. So style and text style. Let's give it color and constant dot dark blue. Let's add the key for it, and for sure each one of these text fields will have a specific key. So in here, let's say value key, and we need to pass in a value key later on when we make it dynamic, just like we did for the label in here. Okay, so now we can add the max lines, and the max lines, which will change the height of the text. For example, if you may notice, all of them are the same height except the description. It has a different height. I will put it to 3 in here. Then we can add max length. I will choose 100 for now. Then we can specify the keyboard type if you want, and it will be text input type. I will choose normal text. Now we can add decoration for it, and for the decoration it will be just the same as we did in here. If we search for decoration in here, we used filled, and we give it the filled color. So in here we will say input decoration, and I just copy it and paste it in here, and in here I will use the same scaffold background color. To access it, we can call it like this, dot scaffold background color. Now let's edit the borders. So once the user focus on this border, for example, the color will be pink. So focused border in here, and we can copy it from the login screen, but I will just write it. So underline input border it will be, and give it border side, and in here border, and actually let's choose border side and give it width or style or color. I will choose the color and put it to colors dot pink like this. Okay, now we can change the error border. So for that I will just copy this and in here add the error border and change this color to red. Now let's go back to the application, hit save. Nothing will change, or it doesn't change because we add it directly below this text. And here it is, but there is something annoying first to it. I will go back, and as you can see that this line in here, it is quite annoying. So we can remove it by adding the enabled border. I will just also copy this, and instead of the pink color we can give it scaffold background color or white color. As you can see, it disappeared. Okay, great. So let's change this max line and see. For example, 8. As you can see, it's changed. Or we can change this max length, and this in here will be changed also. For example, let's say any number, hit save. As you can see, it does change in here, and once the user enter any number, the counter will be displayed in here. Great, so let's keep it 100 in here, and this one to 1. And since this widget will be used many times, so we can also recycle it just like we did for the task category. But before that we continue, as you can see, this text come to the center. That's not what we want. We can just also add a cross-axis alignment to this column in here, paste it in here, hit save, and here it is. It came to the left. Great, so I will cut the text widget now. So cut it till here, and now we can add a widget in here. And for sure we need to name it something. I will just paste my code in here, and let's name it text. Let's make it private, and let's say text form fields, for example. And we're still getting an error because we need to add a return statement in here. Great. So now if I hit save, it will be gone for sure. If I call this method up here, hit save, and here it is. Now it would be better if we wrap it by a padding, for example, and let's change this to 5. It will look great, I guess. Yeah, here it is. And we can add initial value, for example, hello. We need to go back, come, and here it is. But I will comment it. We will not use it now. And let's name it. Let's make it dynamic. So to make it dynamic, we need to pass in a few arguments to it, just like we did for this list tile, and just like we did for the text widget in here. Great. So let's make it named in here, and the first argument will be the value key. So the value key will be a string, and I will name it value key like this, and for sure I will get an error. Let's add required keyword in here like this. Now we can pass it to here. I will actually finish those arguments, then add it to the widget in here. Okay, so the second thing will be the controller. So text editing controller we can initialize in here, and let's name it controller. And now we can pass in this controller to here. I will pass it directly. Okay, so the third one will be a boolean to change actually this enable, to put it to true or false, for example. And let's name it enabled. And this enable can be used instead of true in here. Great, so now we need to use the function. And if you are wondering why we need a function, if we go back to the screen, once the user press on this, as you can see, this dialog will pop up. Let's come back, and you might be wondering how we will use this function. Okay, we can add on tab in here, but it will not work perfectly. We can just wrap this padding, for example, by an equal, or we can wrap this text by an equal and add on tab in here. For sure, let's change the name first. Add on tab in here. Then we can call the fct function to it like this. Great. So we need to pass in one more thing, which is the length. So if you may notice in here, we have two lengths, one 100 and the other one is 1000, and it will be of type int. So int in here, max length, and we can just pass it in here. Now for the max lines, we need to make it dynamic also, but we don't actually have to pass it just like we did for the others. We can do a check for the value key
If it is for the description, we can put it to 3. If it's not, we put it for 1. So we check it if it is equal to the task description, and later on we must match. So in your task description, if it is this case, we pass in 3 to it. For sure I got an error in here because we need to pass it in here. For the value key for the first one, it will be task category, and it is just like an ID. You can give it any value that you want. The second one will be the controller. We will come back to it very soon. Third one will be if it is enabled or not. I will put false. And for the function, I will keep it empty for now. And for the max length, you can pass in 100. It will not be displayed because it's not enabled. For the controller, we can now initialize a controller. We need actually 4 controllers. So in here, let's initialize the text editing controller and say the first one will be task category controller. It will be equal to the text editing controller. So I'll just copy it, paste it in here, and do it like this. Now we need to initialize this 4 times for the other text field. So this one will be for the task title. So in here, title. This one will be for the description. And this one will be for the deadline date. Let's use small t in here. Okay, and if you may remember that once we initialize a text editing controller, we need to dispose it. So for that, let's call this dispose method and start disposing it. So call dispose to each one, still for the deadline. So just like this. Great. So now let's copy this and pass it in here. Now I will restart the application, come back and see what will happen. Okay, great. So here it is. And once I press on it, nothing will happen. The keyboard will not pop up because it's not enabled. Now let's do something interesting. Let's show something in here, a text in here. And if the splash color annoy you, you can just use in here gesture detector instead of the inkwell. Okay, so in here use gesture detector if you want. Once I press on it, no inkwell and no splash color will be displayed, but I will keep it inkwell in here. I actually prefer the inkwell more than the gesture detector. Okay, so in here let's go back to the controller, and in here if you press Ctrl space, it has a named argument which is a text, and in here we can pass in what we want. And here I will choose category and hit save. Nothing will be displayed. Come back, and as you can see in here, it has this what we added in here as an initial value, which is great. So we can manage it from here. So we need to add it for both dialogues, so in here and in here, and in here choose deadline date, for example, like this. Now, as you can see how much it made our work easier, we can just copy this and paste it for each one. Okay, so in here it will be task title, it will be enabled, so this is true. In here we need to access the title, and in here it will be task title, hit save. Here it is. If I press on it, it is enabled. The third one will be task description, and in here it will be description. Actually we need to make sure of it because we did a check
about it in here. So I will just copy it from here and pass it in add a value key from here. It is actually enabled in here, so let's enable it by passing true. And for the max length, we need to pass in 1000. Hit save. And we got an overflow error. Simply it can be fixed by wrapping this card. I will actually wrap this column inside of this card by a single child scroll view, and this widget will allow our app to scroll. So once I press on this, as you can see, it is scrollable. It will become clearer once we add more widgets later. Okay, so this is for the description, this is for the title, and the last one will be for the deadline date. So in here, let's add task deadline date, for example. And in here, just pass in task deadline, for example. And we need to change the controller for the description in here. So let's call description. So this one, and for this one, we need to access the deadline date controller. In here, we can just pass in 100. You can pass any number that you want that will fit later on once the user choose what he wants from the dialog. 100 is enough for this case. And in here, it's not enabled. So let's choose false. And in here, let's say deadline date. Let's restart the app and see what will happen. Let's go to the add task screen, and here it is. It looks so good. Actually, if you may notice, this is not bold, and I wanna tell you that you can change the styling for it just by changing it from the style from here. For example, if we choose font weight, it will be changed. I will choose bold, hit save, and as you can see in here, it is bold. You can choose also font style and put it, for example, to italic, hit save. It is italic now. Okay, so it is great actually. In here, I want to add task like this for each one. Okay, so one more thing that left in this screen is to add this elevated button in here to allow the user to upload. So simply we can go to the login, search for material button. So this one, I will just copy it and go back to the upload task screen, and below of this form, so in here we can add it. For sure we got an error because we don't have this function yet. I will copy it. Okay, so let's see. Print it, add it in here, and change this to upload task. For example, in here, print. For example, it is valid. If it's not print, it is not valid. For sure, we need to add a form key for the form. So let's go also, or yeah, I will go and copy it directly from here. So we need to add this form key for the form. So in here, we can initialize it below of this text editing controller, and I will change the name to it to form key. And then we can use this form key in here. I mean, in the form in here, just like this. And we need to change the name of this function to upload task like this. And we're still having an error in here. We need to access the form key like this. Now let's restart our app and see what will happen. Okay, so it looks great actually. The first thing that I want to do is to reduce the size of it. Then we need to add some margin between it and the bottom of this card. And in order to do that, we can add a size box, or we can just add a padding. I will choose padding and choose for the bottom by calling only in here and then pass in bottom, and I will choose value of 30, hit save, and here it is. Actually, to change this, we can add a main access size in here and call min to it, hit save, and here it is. Change this to upload task. Change the icon to upload, for example. Okay, so it looks great, but we need to move it into the center. We can wrap it by align widget, or we can wrap it by center. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so once I press on it, it is valid, getting printed. It's not valid actually, so let's make sure. Okay, that's great. Actually, it is valid because we forget to add a validator for this text field. So this is something important. We need to add a validator. So I will add it in the top in here. So validator, and we need to pass in the value, then do a check on it. So the first check will be I will just check if it is empty or not. And you need to know that this validator actually will not be called once on the disabled text field, so we need to manage it on later. Okay, so in here we need to check if the value is empty, and for sure we need to add a null check in here. We need to say return in here value is missing, for example, then in here return null, restart the app, and see. And if you may not wonder how can we do a check about the add task, as I showed you in here, for example, if we choose a date, fill in this form and hit upload, as you can see a pop-up dialog is being displayed. Okay, so let's come back to the app. Once I pressed on the upload task, it is not valid, is being printed. Great, so let's make sure. And once I added text in here and press on it, it is valid, is being displayed, which is stand inside of this F is valid in here. Okay, so that was for this tutorial, and the second tutorial and the next tutorial, I will add a drawer in here just like we did for this one. Okay, so it will be a good practice for you if you try to build it on your own. So see you soon in the next tutorial. Okay, so as I said in the last tutorial, now we will add the drawer in here. So in order to do that, let's add a drawer for the scaffold for this screen. So in here we can call the drawer widget. Now hit save. Nothing got changed. We need to add a number so it will be displayed. Hit save now and see. Okay, so here it is. But it is very annoying for now. Now we can change this padding. I will choose only and choose, for example, 7. In here all, not only, like this, hit save. Okay, and we need to change the upbar's background color. So in here, let's call the theme of context.scaffold background color. And let's change the elevation, put it to 0 to get rid of this line elevation in here, as you can see. And we need to change this icon color as we did before. I will use the short method, which is calling the icon theme, and give it icon theme data and choose the color of black color, for example, or we can use the constant color that we added. So I will use it also, and you can use anything that you prefer. Okay, so that was for this tutorial, and the next tutorial we'll start implementing the once user press on these dialogues. In here, a date will pop up. It will allow the user to pick up a date, and in here a dialog will pop up similar to the task dialog in here. Now before that we finish, I found this. Once we press on this one, nothing is getting changed, so let's add the function for it. For that, let's say we can copy the navigate function, and in here let's say navigate to tasks screen, or in here add all tasks. Okay, and in here we can change this to task screen, and actually I will choose push replacement to replace it. And now we can call this method in here, and it will work perfect. Now if I restart it, here it is. Okay, if I go back, it takes me out of the application because I used the replacement method. Okay, so that was for this tutorial. See you in the next tutorial where we will try to implement the dialogues. Hello guys, so as I said in the last video, now we will implement the dialog. So once the user presses on this text field, a dialog will pop up, and it is very similar to the one in here. So in order to do that, let's go to the task screen, and we can just copy it from here. So this dialog. But before that we proceed, let's do something interesting. Now, instead of initializing this list in many places, we can just add it to the constant class. So let's add it in here and make it static, so we can access it by calling the name of the class directly. Okay, so in here we call the constant dot task screen, and we need to import it just like this. And we need to call it in here. Now let's test it and make sure that it will work fine. Okay, still nothing changed, and it is working fine. As a styling, let's do some styling for this. Let's add the color for the text. So in here we can add color, also constant, the dark blue. Alright, now once the user presses on any of these, if he chooses anything, I want to print it in here, and later on we will do something else. So in order to do that, let's wrap this. It's already added, we already added an equal in here, so let's print in here what the user chose already. So in order to do that, we can copy this and in here print it like this, and we need to delete this exclamation mark, and let's delete this name from here, and let's save it and see what will happen. Okay, here it is. So once I pressed on human resources, it is getting printed in here. I will press on the accounting, and here it is. Same for the design, for example. Okay, so now we can simply copy this method. And let's go actually to the task screen. So let's go to this screen, upload task. And in here we can paste it. I will just paste it above of this text title. Now, if we check the old app, go to add task, press on it. In here we only have one action button, which is the cancel. So in here, change it to cancel, and just delete this cancel filter button, and now we just need to call this method somewhere where we allow him. Where we show it, and the best place is once the user presses on this text field, we need to pass it in here like this. Now it's still making an error. We need to make sure to pass in the size. So in order to do that, we need to initialize it up at the class. Let's make sure that we didn't initialize it yet. So yeah, we didn't. So I need to initialize the size. We make it equal to media query. Let's delete this and say .of context .size in here, and we just need to pass it in here. Okay, let's see what will happen. Right, let's back to our app. Let's choose anything. Okay, this is working fine. Great. Now instead of printing it in here, we can just do simple thing that I prefer it. So once the user choose any of these categories, it will be displayed in here in the text field. So in order to do that, it's very simple. We just need to call setState and call the controller of the text. So we name it as category controller, I guess. Yeah, task category controller dot text. Then we make it equal to what we wrote before. So this one, and call the index to it. Now hit save, choose marketing, for example, hit cancel, and it's being displayed in here. If I choose programming, hit cancel, it's being also displayed in here. Great, now let's just call in here navigator dot pop. Hit save, and let's try it now. Alright, so here it is. It's working very well. So as the next video, we'll try to implement the task deadline date dialog, so the user will be allowed to pick up a dialog. So in here, once he press on this, a dialog will appear, and if you can see about this dialog, only the future dates are allowed to be picked. He cannot pick yesterday, for example. Alright, so see you in the next video, and if you want to try to build it by your own, it will be a great practice. See you soon. Okay, so as I said in the last video, now we will try to implement this dialog. Okay, so we need to allow the user to pick up a future date. So in order to do that, it is very easy. So let's go to the add task screen, which is this screen, and let's go back to our app, go to add task, and in here we need to pass in a function. Now in order to pass it, we just need to initialize a void function in here, and I will name it pick date dialog, for example. And in here we need to call the show date picker, and we need to provide those arguments. Now for the initial date, we can choose date time.now. Then for the first date, we need actually to allow him to only pick up future dates. In order to do that, we can call the subtract method, and it is a method can be called to any date to subtract it from many days, for example, or seconds or something like that. So in here we choose duration, and I will choose days and put it to 0, and this way the user will be only allowed to pick up future dates. Alright, now we need to specify the last date, and for that we can call datetime and specify a future year. Let's choose 2100. Alright, so you can choose any future year if you want. Okay, so let's try it and see how it looks. So we need to call this method in the deadline. So in here, we need to pass it in here and call it like this, hit save and see. Show dialog, choose any date, and as you can see, only future dates are allowed. Hit OK. If you want to change this, you can change the subtract method. Hit search for subtract, and you can change the days, for example, or change the first date and it will be different. Okay, So you can play with this if you want to show something different. Hit save, for example, now, and 10 days before will be displayed also. As you can see, today is 10, but 10 days before it can be picked. I will revert the changes, and now we need to know which date we picked once the user pick something. So for that, let's initialize at the top a date. Actually, it is of type datetime. We need to initialize it with null safety. You can use this or late, but late will not initialize it directly once the user comes to this screen. So we need to make it a nullable value. In here, I will name it picked equal to, it's not equal to anything. Now we can call this to put it equal to this, and we're still having an error because it's actually a future method. So we need to provide await keyword in here, and for sure add async keyword in here, like this. All right. We can print it now and see what will happen. Print picked. Let's make it clear like this. Hit save. Try it now. Let's choose it. And here it is. Today is 10/7/2021. Let's choose 29. Here it is, 29. All right, but we can actually upload it to the Firebase, but it will be kind of annoying. So let's convert it to a string, and it will be great. So for that, I will do something interesting. Instead of just printing it, I will call setState and call the deadline controller.text and put it equal to the picked date. So in here, we call the deadline controller.text and say equal, for example, to picked. For sure, I will get an error. Let's call dot to it, and as you can see, we can call the seconds, years, anything that we want. Let's call year, and for sure, we need to provide a null checker like this, and we're still having an error. Let's call in here dot to string, and the error is gone. All right, great. Now, if I hit save, let's choose something, hit OK. All right, so once I choose, the year is being displayed directly in here. And once I hit cancel, I got an error because we didn't pick up anything for the picked in here, and we tried to set state to it. It is fine. All right, so let's continue now and let's use this. And now let's put it equal to, let's choose years, then days, then month, then days. So I will do this, then this, add in here a semicolon, and for sure in here we need to call picked dot year. We need to add a null checker, then picked dot month, then picked dot day. In here we need to add a dollar, and in here we need to change it to month. Hit save. Let's choose something now, and it's being displayed in here. Great. So that was for this tutorial. See you at the next tutorial. Alright, so if the user didn't pick anything, so once I hit cancel, I will get an error. And in order to do that, it's very easy, and it is something related to the null safety. Because we did a check in here on the picked. Actually, we are putting this controller to null, and we are using this picked, which is null for now because we didn't choose anything, and call .month to it, for example, and this will make an error. So simply, let's delete this. Let's add if statement in here, and if picked, let's say different than null, then execute this set state. Let's restart the app and see what will happen. Okay, press on it, hit cancel, and the error is gone. Great. Hi guys, in this tutorial we will implement this screen. It is actually the registered workers screen. So if you may notice, it is very similar to the all task screen. Okay, so we can just copy paste the code of the task screen and apply a few changes to it. Later on, we'll do something very interesting. We will allow the user to send emails directly by pressing on this icon. So if I press on it, it will take me to the email and the user email will be displayed in here. And if I try this, for example, press on the email icon, the email got changed in here. Okay. So now let's get started. So in order to do it, let's create a new file in here. Let's name it all workers, for example, .dart. And in here, I will copy the task screen, paste it in here. Now we need to change a few things. The first thing that I want to change is to change the name for it. So in here, let's say all workers screen like this. And I will delete this. I will change this to all workers. We don't actually need the action in here. I will delete this also. And we need later on to change this task widget. I will go to it, copy the code for it, create a new file in the widgets, and let's name it in here all workers widget, like this. Paste it in here, and now we need to change the dialog for it. Okay, so in here, let's say all workers widget, like this. We don't actually need this on long press. We can delete the function for it. And we need to add, change a few things. For the image in here, I will choose a different image, which is this one. So I will paste it in here. Let's delete this URL. We don't need it in here. And in here, let's change it to worker name, for example. And in here, let's say position, then the phone number, for example. Hit save. Nothing will be changed. Let's copy this, come back to the all workers, paste it in here. We need to import it. Then let's restart the application and come back to our application that we are building it. Oops. So here it is. Let's restart it again to be sure. Okay, so let's go to the registered worker. We cannot access it yet because we didn't add the code to navigate to it. So let's add it in here, and let's change the name to all workers in here. So let's make it like this. Let's change this to all workers screen, and now we can call this and the registered workers in here. We need to pass in the context. Now restart the app again and see. Alright, so here's how it looks. Great, so we just need to fix this icon in here, and let's see it actually. So as this icon, we need to change it to an icon button. So let's say icon button. We need to add the icon, and we need to add on press to it. And now the error is gone. Let's change this to mail, outline, hit save, and here it is. In the next tutorial, we will implement the user profile page. For example, if I go to this profile, this screen will be displayed. Actually, we are managing the screens in here. If I go to my profile, to this profile, as you can see, here is the profile page. It looks different. Okay, we don't have those social buttons because I will not reach myself. It doesn't make any sense. But we will have this logout button in here. So I actually recommend you to do it. It will be a great practice for you. Implement it all and add the social buttons in here. I will show it to you again. For example, let's visit this, and here's the social buttons in here. Okay, so stay tuned and see you soon in the next tutorial. Hey guys, so in this tutorial, as I said in the last tutorial, we will implement this page, the profile page, and I hope that you try it by your own because it will be a great practice for you. Okay, so this is my account page, which is the same as the others page, which is this screen actually. So as you can see, there's few differences between them. We are checking if it is the same user or not to show different widgets. So in here we have these social buttons, but in the main account we have the logout buttons, but we don't have the social buttons. Let's go to this screen and start working. So in order to get started, we need to understand what this page constitutes of. So as you can see, we have this image standing above of this card, and for sure you will realize that this is a stack. We talked about it before. And in here we have those text widgets, then we have these social buttons. And in the main account we have a logout button, just similar as the add task, the upload button in here. So let's go to the my account page and let's get started. In order to do it, we need to create a new file inside of the inner screen. So let's say in here profile.dart, and it will be a stateful widget because later on we will manage it using the Firebase. We need to fetch some data and you'll see why later. So in here, let's name it profile screen. Delete this constructor, then import it, change this to scaffold. And before that we continue, let's go to this drawer code. So in here, drawer widget, let's copy a function from the route functions. So in here, let's change it to profile screen and copy this and change this to profile screen. Now we can use this method in here, and with that will be done everything related to the drawer. Okay, so let's paste it in here, pass in the context, and we need to restart the app. Okay, before that I restarted. Let's start writing the code, then see the changes. So let's go to the page that we just created, and in the body let's create a card. Now to get started, let's start with the card in here, and later on we start building the profile picture. And if you may imagine that we didn't make a profile picture yet, we will implement it later on. Okay, so once the user tries to sign up, we will allow him to pick up an image and crop it if he wants. Later on, I will add a tutorial to apply few changes about the sign up page, so stay tuned. Okay, so now let's continue our work, and here we can initialize a card. For the card, let's do some styling for it. Let's add some margin, and I will choose edge ansets.all. I will choose for a value of 30. Then we need to specify the shape, which is a rectangle with border shape. So in here we say rectangle. It didn't appear yet, so rectangle border, this one. Then we need to specify the border radius. I will choose border radius dot circular. Then we need to specify the radius, which will be in our case 10. You can choose any radius that you want. Then we need to add, if we want, we can add a side, but I don't want it. Okay, so now let's initialize the child for it. So in here as a child, let's initialize a column, because as you can see, those widgets stand above each others. So we need to initialize a column, and let's add a margin for the name above of 50. Then we need to initialize a text. For the text, let's initialize in here a text. Hit name, let's do some styling for it. So style, text style, let's specify the size. I will choose 22. Then let's specify the style. Font style, I will choose normal. Then we can specify the weight. I will choose bold weight. Okay, I'm passing fast because I already talked about this, how to initialize this a lot. Okay, so let's proceed and add in here a sized box. Let's give it height of 20, for example, or 10 to add a margin between these two widgets. So in here, height, then give it 10. Then below it, we need to specify the job and when he started. Okay, so in here, job, then we add since the join date. For example, like this. Okay, let's see how it will look. Let's restart the app and see. In here, my account, and here's how it looks. Okay, let's wrap this column by padding. Then let's change the color for this one to the color that we are using it. So in here, constant dot dark blue, like this. Let's change the font size to 18, and here's how it looks. Okay, it doesn't look bad actually. So below it, we need to add the divider. So in here, I will add sized box of height 15. I will copy it, paste it again, and between them, let's add a divider. I will give it thickness of 1, then hit save, and here it is. Okay. Now we need to specify the contact info. Okay, so let's add the title for it. So I'll just copy this name text and change the name in here to contact info, for example, like this. Let's change this to capital. And below it, we have this email and then the email contact. Let's add a sized box. Let's choose this to 20 and this to be, I'll keep it 15. And then we need to specify a row because we have this text, and beside that we have another text. We could use a rich text, but I will use a row in this tutorial, but both will work perfect. Okay, it's children in here and initialize the text. I will also copy this and paste it. Now we can do something interesting. Let's cut this, and in here let's initialize a var. Okay, let's say text style. It will be equal to this value. We need to change this to semicolon. Copy this. And let's paste this instead. Okay. So we also minimized our code. If we try it now, hit save. Here it is. Okay, so it looks great. Okay, so beside of this text, we need to add another text, which is email content. I will choose, for example, email@gmail.com. Then we need to specify another text file, text style. In here, I will choose main or title, for example. So in here, title text, and let's make it private. We also can make it or add it to the constant class, but it's fine. Okay, so I changed them, and we need to change this, specify another style, which is just the same as this one. I will copy it and initialize a content, for example, text style in here. It will be equal to this. Alright, so
let's paste it instead of this, like this, and in here, hit save, and here it is. Okay, we need to specify padding between it, so let's give it a symmetric padding in here, or yeah, symmetric padding from the horizontal, it will look great. So of 10, hit save, and here it is. Now the contact info, if you may notice in here, it is in the beginning. Okay, here it is. It is on the left. So we can wrap this by an align widget, but I prefer to add a cross-axis alignment in here and put it to the start, hit save, here it is. Then wrap those two widgets by an align widget, which is this text and this text. So in here, let's add align widget, and here add alignment, then alignment dot let's say center. Then we can copy this and paste it for this one. Also hit save, and here it is. That's great. Okay, so let's continue. Now, because we'll use this row 2 times, I will cut it and convert it to dynamic widget. It's a just create a new class. We can use something like this, but I will just initialize a widget. So in here, widget, I will name it, for example, info, user info, like this. We return it in here and paste it like this. And then we need to pass in the email. Then we need to pass in the content. So string content in here. Let's convert it to a named argument. So in here, add required keyword, like this. Then do it like this also. In here, we can use the email. It's not email, actually, it is title. I will choose, for example, title, like this. Then use the content in here. I will copy the name. I will save first. It disappeared. Then I will call it in here and pass in the title, which is email, with capital E in here. And we need to specify the content, which is email, for example, at email.com. Here it is. Now we can just copy this and paste it one more time for the phone number. So in here, phone number. Then let's pass in any phone number that we want. Like this. Let's add 2 points in here. Same for this. Okay, here it is. We can wrap them by padding each one. Same for this one. Okay, but 8 so much. Let's choose 3. And here it is. For the title in here, it looks very good. I will copy this. Now we can paste it also in here. Or if you don't want, you can just don't add it. Now we need to add the social buttons. So the buttons in here. So in order to do that, I will use circle avatar, the approach that I've used before, and I will use it now. So for that, let's initialize in here a circle avatar. Then as a child, let's initialize another circle avatar, and you'll see how. As a background color for this one, I will choose white. As you can see, there's a white, then we have a border. So that's why I will use this approach. This one we can choose 25, and in here we can choose 23. Right? In here we can also choose the background color. I will choose green in here. And then in here as a child, let's give it an icon. Then give it icons dot, for example, call underscore outline. Hit save. Let's see it. Here it is. Let's add a color for it in here.
I'll choose green color like this. Okay, so it looks great, but in here we need an icon button actually. So let's initialize icon button. As an icon, let's pass in the icon that we write it, and we need to provide on pressed on it for it. Here it is. Alright, so that's great. Now we will use this actually 3 times. It is very similar to each other's, but we have different icons, different function, and different color. So let's cut it. Add a widget in here. Contact by, for example. And in here, let's return our widget. Add return in here. And then we need to pass in, as I said, 3 things. The first one will be the color. The second one will be a function. The third one will be an icon. So IconData, icon in here. We need to add required for each one. Now we need to use it. We need to use the function. And we need to use the icon. Okay, so if I hit save now, it will disappear from here. And here it is. Now we can add the color. I will choose colors.green. Then I will use an empty function. Then I will use an icon, which is icons. I will choose messages outlined. Here it is. Now for this one, I used messages outlined because we don't have WhatsApp in here. Okay, as you can see, we don't have WhatsApp. If you may wonder how I add it, I will make a different session of how can you add a custom icon for your app. Okay, I will actually add a YouTube video for this. So in here, let's add messages outlined, and let's close it and see. Here it is. I will copy this, then paste it 2 times more. And in here, change it to call underscore outline. Then it changes this to purple. The function will remain empty. We will implement it later on. This one will be red. Then in here, we can use mail. Hit save, and here's how it looks. Okay, great, but we don't need it above of each other, so let's do it in a row. Hit save now, and here it is. We need to add some space between them. Now there's many ways in order to do it. Let's add a spacer in here. Hit save. Copy this widget. Paste it in here, and paste it in here. Here's how it looks. Comment this, save it. Here's how it looks. Okay, I will delete these spacers now. And I will add main axis alignment. So in here, main axis alignment, and say dot space between, it will remain the same. Okay, if I choose space evenly, it will look great, but I prefer space around. Here's how it looks. Okay, so there is 2 things left. The first one is to add the logout button, and in order to do that, it is very easy. We can just copy the icon from the add task. So upload task in here, let's search for logout, for the upload. So let's copy all of this. Then come back to the profile page, and we can actually paste it in here. But for sure, let's add first a divider between it. So I will copy this widget and add it in here. Let's change this to 25. Oops, no, we need to change this to 25 as I said, and this one to 25. And for sure we need to make it outside of the row, and here I made a mistake. And we got an overflow error once I add it. For sure we will not get overflow error because this is actually small widgets, but if you are afraid of getting an error, you can wrap it by a flexible widget. So I will just cut this from here and paste it, and so let's cut all of this and paste it inside of the column, not inside of the row, in here. Alright, so here's how it looks. We need to change this to logout, and we need to change this to logout also. Let's cut this, paste it in here, add between it the sized box. So here it is. Alright, so now we have to add the image in here above. So for that, for sure, we need to use the stack. So let's wrap it by a column, then change it to stack, hit save. Okay. Then for this stack in here, we can add our widget that we want. In here, I will initialize a row. Okay. And let's add in here main axis alignment, and you'll see how you'll see why a few seconds later. And in here, let's initialize a container. Let's specify a width and a height. Now I will choose 80. In here, 80 also. Then we need to add a decoration. Then for the decoration, let's give it box decoration. Right, so actually I will specify the shape of box shape.circle. Then I will actually add a border of border.all, just like this. Then specify the width of 8, for example. I will give it a color for now. So colors.red, for example, hit save, and here it is. Now, here's a black color. If we specify a color in here, for example, colors dot, let's say colors dot blue, hit save. As you can see, it's changed. Okay, so let's change this to scaffold background color. So like this, then call scaffold background color to it. Here it is. Okay, it looks great. So now we can pass in the image that we want, and for that, let's add image in here, then add network image, and we need to specify what we want. But before, it takes a decoration image actually. Oops, decoration image. Then it takes an image. Then I will give it fit of box fit dot fill. Then for the network image, I will use the image that I will use it in the all workers widget. So let's search for network, and here it is. This is the avatar icon actually. So I will paste it in here, hit save. Here it is. Okay, actually it looks great, but we need to add something since it takes a lot of space, and I will make it more dynamic so it fits to many other screens. Alright, so the first thing that I want to do is to avoid overflow error. So I will wrap this stack by single child scroll view, and this will allow this to scroll. And as you can see, its shape gets way more or less. And as I said, I want to make it dynamic. So in here, let's initialize a size. Hit say size in here, then initialize the media query dot of context. In here, it must be capital, then of context. Then in here, say dot size, like this. Okay, we don't have the context in here. We need to initialize it in here, then we can use it. I will use it just for the image. So instead of 80 in here, I will use it and say dot width times 0.26. Hit save, and here's how it looks. Okay, so that's great. I will wrap this stack by a center. Nothing changed. Let's wrap it by padding. Let's say padding in here. Actually, I will just wrap it like this by padding, and it just change this from all to only and choose top of 80. Let's save, and here it is. And we need to add a margin between the image and the name in here. We can just change the size box to 150. Oh, this is too much. Let's change it to 100. Okay, so looks great. One more thing, let's add a drawer in here. Okay, so in order to do that, I will just go to the all workers and copy it from here. Okay, so copy all of this, come back to the profile, and in here paste it, in here import it, and we don't need this title. Hit save, and here it is. Now we can make this smaller, for example 50. Not this, actually this, to 50, for example. Let's try 30, or we can just get rid of it. Let's see. Okay, so here is how it looks. I prefer without padding. I will keep it 0. If you wanna change it, you can change it later. Okay, so that was for this tutorial, and the next tutorial we will do more other things, so stay tuned. Hey guys, in this tutorial we will apply few changes on the sign up screen. As you may notice, in here we have this image where the user later on can pick up an image, and I will show you how, and also he will be allowed to crop the image before that he chooses it. The second thing is the phone number. I added a phone text field in here. And the third thing is once the user press on this company position, a dialog will pop up and it will allow the user to choose anything from these suggestions. So as the tasks category, if I choose anything from here, it will be displayed. So let's go back to our app. And the first thing that we need to do in order to start, we need to change this to login screen. Let's import it. Let's restart the app and wait. Okay, go to the register screen, and here's how it was. Okay, so let's go to the sign up. First, I will close everything. And let's go to the sign up register.dart and search for full name, and we need to wrap this text field by a row. Let's wrap it now. Hit save and see what will happen. We got an error, and for sure we will get an error because the text form field will take infinite width if we wrap it by a row. We need to specify a width for it, so we can wrap it by a container and add a width, or we can simply wrap it by flexible or expanded widget. Hit save now, and the error will be gone. Here it is. I will restart it. Now below it, we need to start building our app, our widget. So this widget in here. So in order to do that, inside of this row, let's initialize something else. We need to initialize a container actually, and let's wrap this container by padding, and let's add flex for this flexible, put it to 2, because as you can see, this text field takes more space than this widget. Okay, so in here we need to add decoration for it, and in the decoration we can add border. It has a border white actually. I will choose border.all in here, and before we need to specify for sure a box decoration. So let's say in here box decoration, then inside of it add border, then for this border add border.all. Let's give it width and let's give it color of white color. Okay, so great. Till now we need to add box shape for it. Actually border radius, because as you can see in here we have rounded radius from all places. So in here inside of this box decoration let's add border radius and give it in here border radius dot circular. I will use 16. Then now we can provide a child for it, and as a child for sure it will be an image, or we can give it decoration image, but I will use child. In this case I will use grep rect to give it, to fit it actually to this container. So let's give it in here border radius just like this one, like this. Now let's provide a child, and as a child it will be an image network for now, which is this image, but I will use this image, print it in here like this, then give it box fit, in here fit, give it box fit dot fill. Okay, but later on if the user pick up an image, the image should be displayed. I will show you once he pick up an image. So let's press on this icon in here. If he can choose from the camera, or if he wants from the gallery. I will use the camera now. Here it is. Now he can crop it as what he wants. He can rotate it. He can do what he wants. I will just save it now like this, and as if you can see, it's being saved in here. That's great. So let's go up, and below of the variables in here, so let's add actually a file, and let's make it nullable file, and I will name it image file like this. We need to import dart.io or this one, but I prefer dart.io. Then we can use this image file. So in here, let's do a check about it. If it is null, we show this image network. If it is not, we show an image file. So image.file, simple as that, and we can use the image file, and we must do a null check on it, and we need to specify the fit argument to it. Okay, so that's great to know. Now we need to add this button, and as you can see, there's two widgets standing above of each others, and in order to do that, we need to wrap it by a stack. So let's wrap it by a stack. I mean, just this container, we can wrap it by a stack. I will wrap actually of this padding, so wrap it in here by a column, then convert it to stack. Then inside of this stack, we can initialize another container in here below this padding, so container in here. And we need to give it decoration. For the decoration, I will copy this like this, change the width to 2, and circular, actually I will delete this and choose shape of box shape dot circle, this one, like this. Alright, so we need to give it now a child. So as a child, let's give it an image, and if you may notice, now we have this image, this pen image. If I go back, come again in here, this image, the camera icon will be displayed. So in order to do that, let's in here add an icon, which is, for example, icons dot add a photo. Let's give it color of white color. Then let's give it size of 18. And in here, let's do a check about the image file. If it is null, let's show this icon. If it is not, we show the pen icon. So icon dot, let's say, for example, edit underscore outlined, like this. Now let's give it a try. Let's go to the register in here. Let's save it, and it seems that we have an error. So actually this error because we didn't specify width and height for this one. Let's specify a width, and let's specify height, And here let's say size dot height, width times 0.24. I will copy this, paste it in here, hit save. Okay, and here it is. Looks great. Now let's change this container color. So this one, I would choose pink color. Then wrap this by padding. Hit save. Okay, so here's how it looks. Still one more thing in order to finish this. We need to move it to the right in here. And as I said before, you can use something inside of this tag called positioned to align it. So let's wrap this container by positioned widget. Then we choose top to 0 and right to 0, hit save. And here it is. Okay. So I guess it's great till now. And we can change this, for example, to 18 and it will be different. Okay, so I will keep it like this. I like it. Now, once the user presses on this icon, we need to show a dialog, but I will not implement it now. But in order to do that, let's wrap this by an unequal. Then give it on tab, and in here, print show image picker dialog, for example, like this. If I press on it, here it is. It's being printed in here. Okay, so now we need to add another text field in here for the phone number. And in order to do that, let's copy this text field for the full name and let's paste it above of the position and the company. So position, and in here should be position like this. So we can paste it in here, then add sized box, height of 20, and we need to change this to phone number. Then we need to change this to the actually position and the company, so this one. And we need to change the password, this one, to actually phone number, not FocusNode. We still didn't initialize it yet, so we will initialize it very soon. And for this text field, so in here, let's give it FocusNode of phone number FocusNode, and we need to change this controller to phone number controller. Okay, so let's see and initialize it. So in here, below of the controllers, let's initialize it like this. For sure we need to dispose it. Alright, so now we can, the error is gone. And we need to specify the FocusNode, initialize it up in here. So in here we can paste it in here, copy this, then paste it in here, and change the name, and for sure we need to dispose it. So dispose in here, like this. We're still having an error, let's check it. Still having an error in here, so let's see why. Okay, it's because we didn't add a semicolon in here. Hit save, and here it is. That's great. And let's make sure that everything is working fine, so let's add unchanged in here. We need to pass in a value, and let's print the text controller of the phone number. And let's change the keyboard type actually. So in here, type, let's say keyboard type, where it is, here it is. So let's change it to phone. And so in here, let's print phone number, for example. Then let's call the controller to it dot text. Now hit save. Let's try to type in something. Here it is. Okay, so that's great. I will comment it for you. And there are things that we need to do is once the user press on this text field, a dialog will appear just like in the add task and the main screen, which is the task screen. So let's go to the all add task, upload tasks, this one, and let's say search for task category, this dialog. So I will copy it, come back to the register and paste it in here. Now we need to import this class, but for sure we need to initialize another list of jobs. Okay, so in here we need to call the position and the company controller. And one more thing, we need to change this task list and we need to change this to jobs. Or choose your job, for example, like this. Now we can use this and this text field. So we need to wrap it by equal or gesture detector if you want. I will wrap it by gesture detector actually. This one, and call on tab, and in here we need to pass in the size argument like this. So let's see it. Press on this one, nothing happened. Let's restart it, and for sure that nothing will happen, we need to add enabled in here. So let's put it to false. Let's go to the register screen, press on it, and here it is. Now this underline disappeared. It's fine, we will fix it. If I choose programming, it's being placed in here, as you can see. So looks great. And first, before that we continue, let's add something in here. I will copy this, add in here disabled border, delete this, and save it now. And this line appeared in here. Let's change it to white, just like this. So one more thing left is to initialize another list, just like this one that has the jobs. Actually, I initialize it. I will copy it now, paste it in here. It is a list of strings that contain the jobs list. Okay, so here it is. You can add or remove what you want. So now let's use this, and for sure it cannot be private because we need to use it everywhere and it must be static. I showed you what static means before. So in here, let's go back to the register and change everything named task category list. So I select them all, hit save now, restart it, go to the register screen, and here it is. And as you can see, the list is scrollable and it looks great. So great. If I choose something, it will be displayed in here. So in the next tutorial, we will allow the user to pick up an image, then crop it, like I showed you. So if you want, you can implement it by your own. It will be a great practice. You can use 2 different packages for that. So I recommend you to Google it and see it before that you watch the tutorial. So see you soon in the next tutorial. Hey guys, so in this tutorial, we will implement this dialog to allow the user to pick up an image using camera or gallery. So in order to get started, I will initialize a void function in here. Let's name it show image dialog, for example, like this. And in here we need to call the show dialog method, and then we need to pass in a context for this builder, and in here we return alert dialog or dialog widget. I will use alert dialog in here. First of all, we need to provide the title, which is a text, and we say in it, please choose an option, like this. Then we need to specify the contents. For the contents, it is actually a row, and once I press on it, it will take me to the camera or to the gallery. So we need to wrap it by gesture detector or inkwell. I prefer inkwell because of the splash color. So child in here, initialize a row, give it children. The first child will be an icon. So in here, icons.camera. Then let's give it purple color. So colors.purple, like this. Alright, so below it, let's initialize this text. So I will just copy this and say in here camera. We do some styling for it. So style, text style, choose color, colors.purple also. I will keep it like this. Now we need to copy it and paste it one more time. Or we can just, for example, make a dynamic widget. But it's fine to not waste so much time. I will just paste it like this. It should be a column. Paste it in here, hit save. And let's go back to the app, press on it. Nothing will happen. We need to call this method init. So search for photo. Instead of this print method, we call our method to it. Hit save and let's try. Here is how it looks. Okay. So let's add main access size for this one. Choose main access size.min. Try now. Here it is. Great. And let's add padding for this and padding for this actually. Or we can add sized box between them, but I prefer to add padding. Not like this. We need to add padding for the icon in here. Hit save and see. Okay, so here's how it looks. We can change this to 4. Change this to 4. I think will look better. And here it is. Great. So in here, let's change it to gallery. And this one, change it to image or gallery. There is no gallery image icon, so change it to image. Hit save and see how it looks. Here's how it looks. Great. So inkwell, let's add on tab. Let's keep it empty for now. Hit save. Let's see. I can press on this one, but I can't press on this one. So let's add inkwell also for this in here. So on tab, I mean, and let's save it. And now this dialog is done. So in the next tutorial, we'll allow the user to pick up an image. So stay tuned. Hey guys, so now let's implement the image picker to allow the user to pick up an image using the camera and the gallery. So in order to do that, we need to use a package, and in order to use a package, we need to go to the pub.dev. Then we need to search about image picker. Then we need to choose this one, image underscore picker. Then we go to installing. Then we need to copy this and come back to the pubspec.yaml file. Then we need to paste it below this dependency. Fix the indentation, save your file, or press on this icon, or open the terminal and type in Flutter packages get like this. And this will import all the packages. Okay, so now we have access about this package. So let's go back to the register screen, and we need two methods, one for the gallery and one to allow the user to pick up an image using the camera. Okay, so in here, let's say get from gallery, and it is a void method, or we can keep it like this. Let's add void in here and void in here, so it become more clear that it is a method. Okay, so in here we need to initialize something called picked file. let's make it nullable value, then name it pict, for example, pict file like this, and it should be a future method because we need to use await in here. Now we can call image picker, which is the plugin that we just installed, like this. Then we have access to many things. Now we call get image. We need to specify the source, and this source is the camera or the gallery. So in here we specify that it is image source of type gallery in this case. Okay. For more arguments, we can specify a width, height, image quality as you want. If you don't want a huge image, you can specify a number in here, okay? And number. 10 means that it is very small. I will use max width of 180, max height of like this. Okay, so now we are done of the gallery, this one. And now we need to copy this, paste it in here, change this to camera, and change this to camera, like this only. Now we can call each method in here, and the other method in here for the camera, like this. Now let's give it a try and see what will happen. Let's see if there's any error, and we are getting an error. Let's go to the process and run the app again and see what will happen. Okay, so let's give it a try now. Press on camera, and it worked just fine once I cut the process and run it again. Let's take in here, and nothing happened. Let's try the gallery. Go to downloads, choose this one, and nothing happened. Now let's add navigator.pop in here, like this, and we need to add it in here also. Alright, so nothing is happening. It's because we didn't do anything about the image file that we are making a check about it. So in here, in order to use this image file, we call it in here. So image file, it will be equal to this pict file. We need to call the path, still didn't work. We need to call file, then give it the path, like this. We need to do a null checker in here, and this will not work. We need to wrap it by setState. Put it inside of the setState, copy this, do the same in here. Let's restart the app and see what will happen. It must work. So let's try it. I will take an image using the camera. Here it is working fine. Let's try an image using the camera gallery. Here it is, also it is working fine. So in the next video, we'll allow the user to crop the image also after getting picked. So if you want to try it by your own, the package name called image_cropper. So see you in the next video, and I will explain it in details. See you soon. Hey guys, so in this tutorial, we'll allow the user to crop the image that he picked. In order to do that, as I said, we need a package. So let's go to pub.dev, here it is, search for image cropper, then go to this one, and go to installing, then come back to the readme, and I want to show you how it is. So here it is, okay, and I recommend you to read the documentation of each package that you want to install. As you can see, in here for the Android, we need to add this and the manifest. But for the iOS, we don't have any other configuration. Okay, so let's come back and come to the pubspec.yaml file, paste it in here, save the file, come back to the register, and in here let's initialize a method called crop image, for example, like this. Then we can initialize a file. Let's name it cropped image. It will be equal to await. We need to add a sync keyword for sure in here, then await in here, and we need now to call image cropper dot crop image, just this. And in here we need the source path. We cannot get it in here, so we need to pass it, and we need to pass this actually. So in here, let's say file path, like this, and in here we pass in the file path in here. Now for the max width we choose 180, and for the max, for the max height and max width we choose 1080. So 1080, like this. Great. So in here we say if statement, we check if it is not null, we call set state, and we put the image file that we initialized before equal to the cropped image, just like this. Now we need to call this method in here. So we need to pass in the file in here and comment this, copy this also, and call it for the gallery in here, and drop this, comment this also. I will restart the application and see what will happen. Actually, we don't have to restart it, we need to cut the process, and we don't have to forget we need to add this to the manifest. So I will copy it, come back to the manifest and the Android, then in the app level, then in the src, then in the main in here, this one. And inside of the application, you can paste it in here or in here, for example. It must be inside of the application. So I will paste it in here. Actually, I will paste it in here for more optimization. Now fix the indentation. The indentation doesn't matter actually, but I like to keep it organized. Now we can run the app again and we can see what will happen. Alright, so the process is just finished. Let's go to the register screen and give it a try. I will choose the camera for now, take an image. Here it is working perfectly. And let's give it a try. We can choose the aspect ratio from here. We can zoom in, zoom out, and for sure on the phone will look easier. If I press Ctrl in here, it should work, but it is very annoying in here. Here it is. We can rotate it, and in here we can do this, rotate it. In here we can change the zoom in, zoom out if you want. And once the user hit this check icon, it will be displayed in here. So this is great and it's working perfectly. Go to the gallery and give it a try. Same. Let's hit OK. And here it is. Okay, so that was for this tutorial, and we almost finished with the UI, and soon we will start implementing our app with the Firebase. So stay tuned and see you soon in the next tutorial. Hey guys, in this tutorial we will implement this page, which is the task details page. As you can see, if I go back and press on any of these tasks, it will take me to the task details screen, as you can see in here. Now in this tutorial, for sure, as usual, we will implement only the UI for now. So in order to get started, we need to understand what this page constitutes of, as usual. So all of these widgets, we've seen it before, only that if I press on this add comment button, As you can see, there's kind of animation and a text field in here and 2 buttons in here. So that I will explain it for you in details, and I will write the code from zero for sure. It will be a good practice for you if you try it by your own. So I do highly recommend you to try it by your own first, then come back and watch the tutorial. So in order to get started, we have this text in here, then we have this card that constitutes of a column that has some rows and text fields and some containers and images. And this that I talked about, this button with this animated switcher that I will cover it in details. So let's get started, and in order to do that, let's create a new file in here and let's name it, for example, task underscore details .dart, like this, and it will be a stateful widget for many reasons. And in here, let's name it, for example, task details screen, like this. Then let's import the material package and delete this constructor. Let's change this to scaffold. And the first thing that we need to implement is this back button. So in order to do it, let's initialize an up bar and give it an up bar in here. And we need actually elevation for it. Put it to 0 and color, background color, and choose the theme of context.scaffold background color. Then we need to add a leading or a title. I will choose leading for now. And then initialize a text button, which is take on pressed. I'll directly add the method for it, which is pop, just like this. And then it still need to take a child as an assert, as you can see in here. So child, I will give it text and give it back in here and do some styling for it. Let's say text style, and in here give it color of constants dot dark blue. Then let's give it font style of font style dot italic, and let's give it size of 20. Hit save. Let's go back, and actually we need to change the main in here to task screen. Let's restart the app and see what will happen. And if I press on this, nothing will happen, so we need to add the method for it. So let's go to the actually I will copy it from here, from the drawer file, and then go to the task widget in here on tab. Let's change this to task details screen. Now we need to import it. My IDE directly import it. Let's restart it and let's see what will happen. Okay, so here it is. And as you can see, it's kinda annoying like this. So let's fix it. And instead of using it in the leading, let's just put it in the title. Okay, just like this. Now we're finished from the back button in here. So let's start working on the body. So in here, let's initialize the body. And as a body, let's initialize a column, for example. And if you are wondering why a column, we have this text actually outside of this card. So in here, column and children, and as you can see, this is actually scrollable. So let's directly wrap this by a single child scroll view, like this. Great. So let's add a margin between these two. So in here, let's add a sized box. And this sized box, let's give it height of 15. Then let's initialize a text for this title in here. And let's say task title, for example. We need to do some styling for it. So style in here, text style, like this. And let's give it color of color constants dot dark blue, we need to give it font weight of weight. I will choose bold, and let's give it size of 30. Hit save and let's see it. Here it is. In here 30. Okay, so it appeared like this. Now let's initialize the card below it. So in order to do that, let's add some margin first. So in here, add a sized box, give it height of 20. Then we need to initialize the card actually, and we need to give it child, which is a column to handle all of these widgets. So in here, column, and as you can see, this card has padding, and actually this column inside of the card actually has some padding also, so I will wrap both of them by some padding. Okay, like this. Great, so let's initialize the children, and the first child will be this widget in here, uploaded by, and in here the name of the uploader and the position or his job. So in here, let's initialize text and say, for example, uploaded by, like this. And then we also need to do some styling. I will copy this, paste it in here, and fix a few things. For example, let's change this size to 15, and we can keep it like this. And this is actually an arrow to add those widgets beside it. And in here, let's add a spacer to add this space between it. Then we need to initialize this circle. So in here, let's say container, and give it text, image decoration. But first, let's specify the width and the height, then decoration, and give the box decoration, and say border, borders dot all, give it width 3, and then choose the pink color. For sure, you can change it if you want. I will choose the shade 7 or 800, for example. Okay, we need to specify the shape, which is a shape of circle shape. And now we need to specify the image. For the image, we need to give decoration image, and actually we talked about it before. So we need decoration image, we need to give it the image, then provide a network image, and in here add the URL, and then add fit argument, and put it to box fit dot fill, like this. We need to provide this URL now, and we can get it from the register page. Search for network image and copy this one. Come back and paste it in here, and now it is done. Let's come back and save it, and here's how it looks. Great till now. So now, beside of this icon or image in here, we need to add the position, and we need to add the title, the name and the position of the uploader. So in here, let's add sized box, give it width of 5 to add some margin, then initialize a column, and this column will take children, and for sure the first one will be text. In here, the uploader name, for example. Then we need to give it style, and let's see how it is. Okay, so here it is. And for the style, actually we can give it text style and give it color of constant to dark blue. Let's give it font size of 15 and font weight of normal font weight. Hit save, and here it is. We can put in here 13 if you want, and add in here cross-axis alignment to start at the top. So in here cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, yeah. Once I save it, we saw no difference. If I add this, I will comment it now and copy this paste it again, and change this to job, hit save, and see. Here it is. Now if I uncomment this, it will come to the left and start from the start to the left in here, which is better. Now we can, to remind you, I will code this, go up, initialize a var in here called text style. For example, I'll just keep it like this, and you can change it if you want, but I will just keep it like this, just to remind you with that we can use it. Okay, this one we can use it instead of this one in here also. Great. So below it, let's see what there is. We have this divider in here. Great. So let's initialize it. So let's add first size box, and it is actually outside of this row. So below this row in here, let's add size box, give it height of 10. I'll copy this, then initialize divider, give it thickness of 1, then add the size box below it. Hit save and see. Here it is. Great. So now we need to add the uploaded on and the deadline date. So in order to do that, it is easy. So let's initialize a row and give it children, and the first child will be the text, and say uploaded on, and we need to do some styling for it. For the styling, I will copy the style from here. Okay, so paste it in here, and change this to 15, the font size to 15 or 20. I will keep it 20, and hit save. Let's see it. Here it is. Great. So now we need to add the text field as text in here. So copy this, paste it in here, for example date, and say any date that you want. Okay, so let's change this to 15 and change this to normal. Hit save, and here it is. Let's add main axis alignment in here and add space between, just like this. Okay, if you want you can keep this bold, but I'll just keep it like this. That's fine. Now we can recycle this widget, make a dynamic widget, or we can copy it and paste it, and that's what I do. I'll change this to 3, change the color to red color, so colors.red simply, and change this to deadline date, like this. Hit save, and here it is. Let's add some spacing between it. So size box, give it height, give it 10 height or 8. Hit save, and here it is. Okay, so there is this in here. Actually still have time, and because the deadline is not finished, so this text will be displayed, and if there is no time, another text will be displayed, and we will manage it later on once we start with the Firebase. So actually below this row we can initialize a text in here. I will copy this and paste it in here and wrap it by center, and to change this to still have time, for example, or deadline is not finished yet, like this. Change this to green, hit save, and let's see it. Here it is. Let's add some margin, or we can add padding for it, but I will just add a size box in here, height, let's say, and give it height of 10, for example. Now save it, and here it is. Now below it we have this divider again here, so we can actually recycle this widget if you want. For example, let's go down, and in here let's say divider widget, like this, and then return our widget like this, and in here let's say widget, and there's still an error. For sure we'll have an error because it is inside of a column. So let's add the column and cut this and do it like this. Change this to column and this to semicolon. Now this can be used in the place that we cut in it. So below the uploaded by, below this row, so in here. Alright, so above of the uploaded on, so in here, let's paste it again, call it like this, and hit save. Nothing changed. If I comment it, as you can see, the divider disappeared. So we can do it like this, copy this and come here, and below this center we can add it like this in here. Hit save, and here it is. Now we need to initialize the done state, and for that we can just copy the uploaded on text and change it because it's actually taking the same style. So for that, let's actually cut its style and say, for example, titles style. Initialize it up there in here and initialize a var and say, for example, titles style. It will be equal to this, and now we can use it. So in here, use it like this, and same for the deadline date, use it in here, actually in here, and hit save. Nothing will change, as you can see. Now I can copy it again and copy this again and paste it in here, and change this to done state. Okay, so it appeared like this, and actually we want it in the left, so let's go up, and in here let's add cross-axis alignment and add cross-axis alignment to the start. Here it is, just like this. Okay, so now we need to initialize these two texts, and as you can see in here we have this check. If I go back in here, I have this check in here, not in here. Great, so let's do it. So in order to do it, we need to initialize a row, but first let's add sized box and give it height of 15, for example, or 12, for example, let's see, and initialize a row, and inside of this row we need to give it children. So for the children we need to initialize the text, and for the text actually I will copy this style, okay, because it is similar to the style of this, the name and the job of the each one. So let's go down again in here, actually yeah, in here let's change this to done and paste this in here and add decoration of text decoration dot underline. Hit save, and here it is. Let's add font style to font style dot italic, and here it is. Let's change this to 18, and it appeared like this. Okay, so looks great. I will change this to 15 and see. Okay, here it is. Now in this row, beside it directly, we have an icon, which is a check icon, checkbox. Like this, I would give it color of green colors. Like this. Okay, now I will copy this, or without copying it, just copy what's inside of it. And we can add a sized box in here, give it width of 40, for example, and in here paste, for example, not done, and it changed the color in here to red. Hit save, and here it is. Later on, these will be pressable, so it will be a text button, and once if it is done, only this checkbox will appear. If it is not done, the red checkbox will appear as I showed you. So let's change this to a text button. So text button, like this, the onPressed will remain empty for now. And as a child, we need to give it this text. Hit save, and here's how it appeared. And we need to do the same for the text in here. So initialize a text button and do like this. Add a semicolon in here. Now, in order to hide these buttons, these icons, I showed a separated video on YouTube. I will attach the link in the description of this tutorial or in the resources, so you can find it and watch it if you want. There's many ways to hide it and display it. In our case, I will use opacity. Okay, so let's wrap this by opacity. So opacity in here, it takes an assert, which is the opacity. As you can see, it's glowing red. So in here we give it opacity, and it takes a double between 0 and 1. In our case, to hide it, let's give it 0. And for detailed explanation, just watch the video on the YouTube, and as I said, I will attach the link and the resources. Great, so I will copy this and wrap this widget also by opacity, and change this to 1, and this will remain appear. If I change it to 0, it will not appear. I will change it like this and change this to 1. Okay, so now we need to add the task description, and first we need to add the divider widget that we added. So divider widget like this. Then we need to add the task description. We can just copy the done state from here, and in here let's say task description, for example. Hit save, and let's see it back in here, and here's how it appears. And for the description, we can use this name, for example, TextField. So I will just also copy it from here and go down to the description. So in here we can paste it, and for sure we need to add sized box and give it height of 10, for example. Hit save, and here it is. Great, so it looks good. It is an italic, but I will just do not waste so many time. I will just keep it like this. Now let's add this button, and this button is similar to the upload button and login button. So let's go to the upload task and search, for example, to upload or material button, and we can copy this. So let's copy it and go back and paste it. If I press on it, this is what will happen. So in this tutorial, we'll continue building this button only, and in the next tutorial, we'll talk about this widget. Okay, so in here, I will paste this, and for the onPressed, let's keep it empty. We don't actually need an image in here, so delete it and delete the row and remove the row from here. And let's go back and hit save, and here's how it looks. Great. For the elevation, I will keep it 0. Okay, and for the padding, we can keep it like this. Also, let's wrap it by center in here. Okay, and change this to add a comment, for example, like this, and change the size of it to 14, for example, and here it is. Now, before that we continue, let's add a sized box of height 20, hit save, and here it is. Now, if I press on it, nothing will happen for sure, and we will implement it in the next tutorial. So stay tuned and see you soon in the next tutorial. So in this tutorial, we will implement this button. So there's this button in here. So once I press on it, as you can see, we have this animation and the other widgets will appear. So in order to do that, I will comment this, center all of it, hit save, nothing will appear for sure, and I will initialize an a new widget actually called animated switcher, this one. Now this animated switcher must take a duration, and for the duration we can provide a duration like this, then provide it by days, hours, milliseconds. I will choose milliseconds and put it to 500. I will show you if I change it what will happen and show you the fade animation. Okay, so now we need to provide a child for it. So below this duration, let's initialize a child, and let's now initialize the other widget. So these widgets. And as you can see, we have in here a text field, and we have this button and the cancel button in here. So it is a row, and it takes a text field. It can be a text form field and with form, but since we have only one text, we don't have to do it like this. So the first thing that I want to implement is the controller. I will comment it, or we can just initialize it. So let's initialize it in here. So let's say text editing controller. It will be comment controller, for example, like this. It will be equal to text editing controller like this. Now this we can use it and provide it to the controller in here like this. And then we need to add the style. So I will choose style to provide the color for it. So text style, color, constant, the dark blue. Then we need to provide the max length. As you can see, we have 200 in here, so it is max length, and I talked about it before. And then keyboard type, it is text input type, and I will choose text. Then let's give it max lines. I will put it to 6. Then let's do the decoration for it. So if it is enabled, we have no borders, and once I focused on it, as you can see, we have outlined borders. So we can implement it now. So input decoration like this, and then we need to provide filled, put it to true, and then give it the filled color. So in here, say theme.offContext.scaffold background color. Let's come back, and once I save it, I got an error, and for sure I got an error since it is a text field inside of a row, and I told you once we initialize a text field inside of a row, we need to wrap it by a specific width because it will take an unlimited width. So we need to wrap it by a container and give it width, or wrap it by an expanded or flexible widget. So in here I will choose flexible like this, and I will actually provide a flex of 3 because as you can see, the text widget taken the most amount of the space on the screen. Hit save, and here's how it appeared. For sure we need to fix this line, okay, so these borders I mean. So in here and inside of the input decoration, so in here now we need to initialize the enabled border, and it's actually underline input border, and I will choose white to remove this. So let's say in here border side, and we can provide the color and give it colors to white. If I hit save now, and I will go back, okay, let's come here, restart the application, and I guess we made a mistake. In here it should be a push only. Restart it again, press on it, and here it is. Now this border disappeared. Once I put that I want to write something on it, once I focused on it, this line appeared, so we can change it by adding a focused border. So in here, let's add focused border below of this border in here. So focused border, then add outlined input border and give it border side, and add border side, and I will choose color of pink color. like this. Hit save, and here it is. Now, beside it, we need to initialize the other two buttons. So in order to do that, let's initialize another flexible and initialize in it as a child a column to put the two buttons above of each others. So the first button, it can be elevated button or it can be a material button. I will copy this material button, so all of it, paste it in here, and we need to uncomment it, delete this child like this, and this, change it to post, for example, like this. Hit save and see how. Okay, we need to delete this, and now hit save, and here's how it looks. Now for this, actually we can change the padding. I will delete it for now. Hit save. Okay, and then let's wrap this by padding like this, and here's how it looks. Looks good. Let's add main axis alignment for this row. Actually, let's add cross axis alignment first and put it to the start, and here it is. Great, so below it we need now to add a cancel button, and in order to do that we can do it, for example, by initializing text button below of this button, material button, so text button in here, and add a child in here which is a text that says cancel, for example. Hit save, and here it is. Looks great. Okay, so we can keep it like this, or we can change this to symmetric and give it horizontal to 8. Hit save, and here it is. And we can change this border to 8. Looks better. Okay, so now we need to switch between those widgets and this widget. And in order to do that, we need to get the benefits of this animated switcher. So in order to do that, let's initialize a boolean, and if the user is commenting, let's show those widgets, and if he's not, let's show the add a comment widget. So at the top, let's initialize something called, or let's initialize boolean and say is commenting and put it to false. Then we can use it. So let's search animated switcher in here, then do a check about it in here. If he's commenting, let's show this row, and if he's not, we show this center, which is the material that we initialized it and the last tutorial. So paste it in here, then uncomment it, and now hit save. Here it is. Once I press on it, nothing is happening. I will go up, change this to true, hit save. Okay, nothing appeared. Let's go back, come here, and here it is. Okay, so we need to do a way to apply the changes directly. So in order to do that, let's do, once the user press on, add a comment called setState, and called is commenting, put it equal to not commenting, or put it equal to true, for example. But I will use this way, and I will copy this also, paste it for the cancel in here. So copy it, paste it in here, hit save, press cancel now. Here it is. It is working very well, Okay, and looks great actually. So in the next tutorial, we will implement the comment widget. So this list of comments. So see you in the next tutorial. And I do recommend you to try it by your own, as I said, and it will be a great practice for you. See you soon. So in this tutorial, we will implement the comments widget.
So in order to do it, below this center of this animated switcher, actually we need to add a list view first, because this is actually a list view, but this list view we've never seen it before. I will use this one, separated list view, because as you can see we have this divider between each widget. Okay, so you can manage it by your own for sure by doing this widget, or we can do it like this, which is very easy. For example, it is easier than the other, and we write less code than before. So this separator builder takes a context and an index, as usual, as the same of this item builder. Okay, so we can copy this, paste it in here also, and in here we need to return something. Same for this separated builder. Great, so for the item builder, I will return a text in here. Say hello world, for example. Add a semicolon in here, and as the return widget for this separator, we can use this actually with sized box and everything, or we can just use a divider. I will use only a divider like this, and we need to specify an item count. If we didn't specify, it will be unlimited. I will use 15. Hit save. Let's come back, and we are getting an error. So in order to fix this error, we need to add something called signUp, put it to true, and we don't need, or we don't want this list view to be scrollable. As you can see, all of these widgets are scrollable. Okay, so this whole screen scroll together. So in order to do that, let's add a physics, and in here add never scroll physics, just like this. Now if I hit save, come back, it will appear like this. I will start it to get rid of this error in here. And now in here we have this widget. Let's search for true. Actually, I wanna change commenting, put it to false in here first. Restart the app, and I will create a new widget. I will name it comment underscore widget, for example, like this. And it is actually a stateless widget. I will name it comment widget, like this. And we need to import the material package, delete this constructor, and we'll come back to it in a second. I will copy the name of it, and instead of hello world text in here, let's add our widget that we initialize it. Okay, and as you can see, before that I reload it, as you can see we have this separator in here that we added, as you can see. Okay, you can change it as what you want. You can use anything else. Okay, I will restart the application, then come back to the comments widget. And for the comments widget, it is actually a row only. In here only we have separated, as you can see, because I give it 15 item counts. So the comment only has container, which is kinda empty widget. So we only can see those dividers in here. Great, so let's go to the comments widget, and in here let's initialize a row. Let's give it children. I will actually directly use main and cross-axis element and put it to the start. Cross-axis element, put it to the start. And the first child will be the container, similar to this container image in here. So I will copy it directly, network image, search for it, and copy this container. Come back, paste it in here. I will change this to 40 and this border to 2. Hit save, and here it is. Okay, now we need to add, actually I will wrap this by flexible to avoid all errors. So flexible, and now we need a column to add this text, the name, and the comment body. So below this flexible in here, we can initialize another flexible, then initialize in it a column, oops, column like this, give it children, and the first child will be text, and the second one will be actually a text. This one commenter name, for example. Let's give it style of text style, and let's use font style and give it font style to normal. Let's give it font weight to also bold, and font size to 20. I will copy this text, paste it in here also. Let's say in here comment body like this. Let's change the, actually I will delete this font size. I will change this to normal, change this to italic, and let's give it color of colors dot gray dot shade, let's say 700. Let's hit save and see. Alright, so here's how it looks. Great, so let's add a cross-axis alignment in here, and I guess we're good to go. Here it is, and we still need to add some margin between the image and the names. Easily we can add sized box in here and give it width of 6, for example. Hit save. Here it is. Great, so let's see if I will get a overflow error, for example. For sure we will not get overflow error because we wrap it by a flexible, but to make sure I will show you, for example, like this. Okay, so it appeared like this and it's not taking the whole width. So let's fix this by adding flex in here and put it to 5, for example. Here's how it looks, as you can see, because flex by default is 1, and for this one is also 1, so this widget is taking the half of the available space, and the container body, comment body, I mean, it's taking the other half. So in order to change this, we need to add this flex, and this one by default flex to 1. We don't have to add it, but we can add it like this. If I change it to 3, for example, it will change, as you can see. I'll keep it for 1, and I guess it's good like this. Okay, so that was for this tutorial. I will show you something, and if you want to try to build it by your own. And the next tutorial will add some spacing between those widgets, and I will go back a little bit, and in here, as you can see, each worker, for example, each one that made a comment has a different color, border color on his profile. If I go back and come again, in here, as you can see, everyone has different color, and it will change once I go back and come. So you can try to build it by your own, and I will explain it in details in the next tutorial, so stay tuned. Hey guys, so now we need to change this border color, and in order to do that, it is something very easy actually. So let's initialize something in here. Let's say, for example, var, or without var, let's initialize a list of type colors. Then let's name it in here colors. It will be equal to some colors in here. Okay, so let's initialize some colors. So for example, colors dot amber, and add many colors that you want. So for example, in here orange, colors dot pink 200, for example. We cannot use it like this. We can use it like this actually. For example, colors dot brown, colors dot anything that else that you want, cyan, for example, colors dot blue. Okay, I guess this is enough for now. You can change or add many colors that you want. Now we need to use this list. So instead of the color in here that we provided for this border, so change this and give it index of 0, hit restart and come back to our app and see. Okay, so now we have this the color that it is on the index 0, which is the amber color. If I change this index to 1, actually, where it is, here it is, hit save, and as you can see, it changed a little bit, which is orange. Okay, so in order to change it, we can copy this name, come here, and call shuffle to this list. And what shuffle will do is to shuffle all the items inside of this colors once it's being rebuilt. So if we call now the index 1 or 0, it will be different each time because it will be shuffled each time, so it will be different. Okay, so if you still don't understand what shuffle mean, for example, imagine that this color at the end will become at the second index, the third index will become at the fourth index, for example, like this. So that's why it will be different each time. I will start the app now, try it now, and here it is. Okay, if I go back, come again, and here it is, it will be kinda different. Here it is. Okay, now let's add spacing between it. So in order to do that, in here, I'll copy this, search for animated switcher, and below this animated switcher, in here we can add sized box, hit save, and here it is. We can add actually more spacing, 40 for example, and I guess it is better. Yep, here it is. We also can change this from 20 to 40. Okay, so here it is. And as I said, everything will be available later on with Firebase. And if you may notice in here, I will make it clear for you, change the color, search for a bar, and in here give it icon theme data, and give it colors dot let's say for example colors dot black. Here it is. We have this in here. Okay, if I press on it, it takes me back. Now in order to get rid of it, we can add in here for example leading, automatically imply leading, put it to false, and it will not appear anymore. And if you may wondering why we got this, it's because we changed it from the task widget. In here we aren't using anymore the push replacement, so it can back anymore. I mean it can back again. So we don't need it because we added this button in here, and which is I prefer it honestly. Okay, so that was for this tutorial. Soon we will start with the Firebase, so stay tuned and see you soon. Hey guys, in this tutorial we will allow the user once he pressed on this WhatsApp icon to take him to the chat with this number. So he can WhatsApp chat with this number. Now if you may notice, before we used a different icon in here because we didn't have the WhatsApp icon and the icons, official icons, the material icons actually, and in here I added a package that allow me to access the WhatsApp icon. Okay, and I explain it in details, and the video on the YouTube and the link will be attached. Okay, so just like you download any resource, you can find out the link and press on it, and it will take you to the tutorial where I explained in details also. So now let's test it. So once I press on this icon in here, it will take me to the WhatsApp app actually, but it opened up the browser because I don't have a WhatsApp app in here. If I translate it, in here they say don't have WhatsApp yet, download it now. For sure I don't want to download it, and in here the message will be hello, you can change it as what you want, and here's the WhatsApp number that you specify. So now I will show you how. So I will close this, and let's go back actually to our app, and let's go to my account, and now in here let's go to the in here we can initialize a method, but let's keep it a named method. So in here let's initialize a void function called open WhatsApp
chat, like this. Now, in order to do that and implement it, we need to use an unofficial package actually. So we need to go to pub.dev and in here search for URL launcher. Oops, this one actually. And go to the first one, and it's actually a null safety and official and Flutter favorite. Okay, and developed by the Flutter dev. Okay, so it is being developed by the Flutter team. And it is very popular, as you can see. So let's go to the installing now, or before that we install it, you need to add this into your app for the iOS. And if you are on Android, if it didn't work for you, add this and the manifest. But we don't actually need to add it, but if it didn't work, just make sure to read the documentation for it and add it. Add everything required to your code. Okay, go now to installing, copy this, come back to the pubspec.yaml file, and in here paste it and save your file. And once it is finished, now we can start coding. Okay, so in here, almost every method related to this one, and actually we'll use only one method, and it is actually a future. So let's add in here async, and in here let's await it. And now we need to access the phone number and the URL. In here we need to use a function called launch, and in here we need to specify a URL which is a string. Now the URL, I will initialize in here a phone number. I will put it equal to any number that we want. And in here actually, let's initialize the URL so that it will open the WhatsApp chat for this number. So in here, let's say https then wa.me then slash, then access the phone number. I will keep it like this for now. Then if you want to add a message, you can do it like this, then add text and then equal to hello world, for example. We can restart it, but I don't prefer it since we install or add a new package to the pubspec.yaml file. It would be better if we cut the process and run the app again. And actually, during this time, we need to access this URL in here. And we need to use this method and the WhatsApp in here. Okay, so in here. Oops. Let's search again for WhatsApp. Like this. And let's test it. So let's see. Press on this icon. Nothing is happening because I didn't add it before. Restart the app and try again. It should work now. Here it is. I will translate it, and here's the number that I write it in here. It's finished by 454, as you can see in here. Now to call this phone number, we can delete this and type in $, then call the phone number in here. If you have two words, for example, for number dot something, you can put it between curly braces, but not in our case. We have only one word. So I will close this and I will show you something interesting. So if you want to catch error, you can call a method called canLaunch, which is also provided by this great package. And in here, check if this URL can be launched, then launch this, call this method. And if it is not, throw an error or show an error for the user. So throw error occurred, for example, and then in here print, for example, error. like this. Now let's change this phone number add letters instead and see if an error will happen. So let's go back to my account, press on this, and in here the error happened in here actually, but this URL is accessible. I will revert the changes, and in here, as you can see, the page you are looking for wasn't found. So because I added letters in here, it must be numbers, so we need to be careful for this. If you add plus in here, it should work fine also. Okay, hit restart, or you can just save your app and try it. So it should work now. Yeah, here it is. It is working. And here's our method, which is hello world. Okay, here's our method. Here's our word that we are providing in here. Okay, so in the next tutorial, we will implement the mail function. You can use another package for this, which is, for example, if you go back to pub.dev and in here search for mail2, I recommend you to use this package, and it is support null safety, or you can use a package, which is the package that we used in here. Okay, it will be just the same as this one, so I do recommend you to use it. So see you in the next tutorial. Great, so now as I said in the last tutorial, now we will implement actually this button. So once I press on this one, it will take me to the Gmail and allow me to send an email for this user. For this email actually for each user. So in our case in here it is ola@gmail.com. If I go to Michelle, for example, and press on the mail in here, as you can see the email is different now. Alright, so let's get started, and in order to do that I will use this package, and in here initialize a void method which says, for example, mail2, and in here it will be future, so add a sync keyword in here, and before that actually let's initialize a string which is the email equal to, for example, hadi@gmail.com. And in here, for example, we can call .to lowercase for it, but it's fine. Okay, so now we need to do a check if can launch, but for sure it should be a future, and still having an error in here. And above of the if statement, we need to initialize the URL. So for the URL, it is very, very simple. We just need to say mail2 and then access the email. Okay, just like this. Now we can use this URL. So in here I will name it mail URL. And as I said, all of these will be dynamic later on. So the first one like this, then if this is the case, we need to actually launch this mail2. If it's not, we just need to throw an error. Okay, now we need to call this method and the email in here. So let's actually restart the application and see if it will work. Let's go to my account, press on this icon, and it is working fine, and here's my Gmail in here. Okay, so it's working fine, and I will make a separated tutorial about how to use this package. Okay, so the link will be attached, and I do recommend you to watch it. Both of the packages are great, so I do recommend you to watch the tutorial also, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. See you soon. Hey guys, in this tutorial we will allow the user, once he presses on this button, it will take him to any app that opens this number. For example, if you have Skype, it will ask you if you want to open it by Skype, for example. But in here I only have this app that supports
open this phone number. So if you can see, remember this number end by 643, and in here it is also finished by 643. So later on it will be dynamic. So let's start the work now. So in here, let's initialize a void function, says call phone number, for example. Then it will be actually a future method. So in here, I will initialize the phone number. I will just copy it from here, then initialize it in here, and then I will initialize another URL for the URL that we need to open it, which is the phone API. In here we call tell, and then // then call the phone number, just like this. Now, as we did in the mail2 and the WhatsApp tutorials, you can just copy this, but I will write it in front of you. So in here we can call or do an if statement if this URL is accessible or no error occurred. We need to launch this URL. Okay, and if it's not, we need to show an error or throw an error. So in here, throw, for example, error occurred, like this. And in here, for sure, we need to call the URL instead of this. Now this method, we need to call it. So in here, let's call it. We call it like this. Then we can just hit save. And let's come back to our app and press on this. And here it is. It is working fine. And let's make sure of the phone number that it is the same. And here it is. It is the same. And even it starts with this plus. Okay, so that was for this tutorial. I will keep doing such interesting things. And upload it to my YouTube. So don't forget to subscribe to my channel. See you soon.